Today's story took place in a small town in China. On TV, they were witnessing the huge technological advances that the capital and other cities were experiencing. However, they didn't even know about mobile phones yet, and even though there were some cars in that town, they were pretty old, and it was uncommon to own one there. The town didn't have a hospital either, and the streets needed to be paved and cleaned. Because of that, the townsfolk started to complain. They were fed up of being treated as if they didn't matter and thought that all the government wanted was to benefit from their huge rice fields. They stopped working to protest in the streets instead until they got what they demanded. The government then decided to invest into modernizing the town and thus please the people there. And so the roads soon started to get paved and the broken sidewalks were being replaced to be more pretty and functional. In 1 year, the government built new parks, renovated the school, and built a small hospital with enough equipment to help the townsfolk. This created a lot of new jobs, and the families in the town started to live better. However, the news that really got the townsfolk excited was that the government would also build a subway station for the town. For years, they all depended on one single bus, which took hours traveling through a route which could be traveled in way less time. The townsfolk would finally be able to travel to other cities and travel long distances without wasting so much time. Moreover, that would increase tourism in the town and with it the sales of local businesses. However, one night, after the construction of the station got started, a group of young students looking for thrills decided to break into the unfinished station. They saw a hole in the security fence and so took advantage of that to get in. They spent a few hours in the construction site until one of the students had the idea of playing hide and seek. It was very dark and there were enough structures around for the game to be interesting. Little Wen, who was afraid of the dark, didn't know where to hide, so she decided to not go very far. And so when she looked around and saw the subway tracks, she didn't hesitate to hide there. However, the moment she grabbed a light pole to not lose her balance, the pole collapsed and one of the beams on the ceiling fell on her head. The rest of the group heard the rumbling followed by an agonizing scream and rushed to see what happened. They saw their friend lying on the ground with a huge injury on her head and her body shaking. They got so scared that they all left, abandoning Wen in that cold place, assuming she was dead. When they crossed the hole of the fence to get out, they promised to each other to never tell anybody about what happened. The next day, when the workers arrived at the construction site, they found Wen's corpse. The light pole had collapsed and with it one of the beams on the ceiling. They called the police and officers soon arrived at the unfinished station. One of the agents quickly recognized Wen. She was the daughter of the town's most beloved teacher. The news was so shocking that all of the townsfolk went to the girl's funeral. They felt so bad that they asked the government to please stop building the station as a way of showing respect for Wen and her family. They didn't like the idea of hundreds of people walking every day through the same place where an innocent little girl died in such a tragic way, and thus the construction of the station was halted. However, at the end of the day, that was a necessary project to drive forward the growth of the country. And so, 10 years later, the construction of the station resumed. The townsfolk had already gotten over the previous tragedy, and the basic infrastructure was relatively intact, which would save the government a fair share of money. At the time, May would get up every day at 4 a.m. to get to her job, located in the nearest city. She was a manager in a bar, and even though she had no time for herself, she needed the money to take care of her parents, who were sick and old. She would get out of her house at 5 a.m. before sunrise to get to the bus stop and spend many hours in the bus until finally arriving at her destination. But most of the time, she would fall asleep in her seat out of exhaustion. Her shift ended pretty late and she had to use the same mode of transportation to get back home. She could only sleep about 3.5 hours per night. Because of that, when she heard the news that the construction of the subway station was resuming, she felt especially excited and hopeful. And her parents were worried about her health. She was getting thinner and thinner, constantly had bags under her eyes, and was smiling less and less. Even May herself admitted that sometimes she felt she had no energy left. But now, by using the new subway, she would save 2 hours going to work and 2 hours coming back, which would really help her improve her routine. Thanks to all the time she would save, May would finally sleep more and would be able to see her friends again. She hadn't seen them after getting her job at the bar. Then one day, while she was working, she saw a special report on the news. The subway station finally had a definitive inauguration date, which would be the Monday of the next week. She kept in mind that she only needed to endure her current routine a few more days, and her life would finally change for the better. During that week, even though she still slept little and had to wake up so early, she had a better mood throughout the day. She would imagine the many things she would be able to do with her newfound free time. That drove her to do her job with much more enthusiasm, despite the tiredness. She felt mentally prepared for a new stage in her life where she would finally be much happier, and she was looking forward to it starting as soon as possible. The night before the inauguration, May went to bed crying of happiness. She got up 3 hours later than usual and was one of the first passengers that would take a train at the station. However, once May went into the station, a strong shiver went down her entire body. She no longer felt comfortable. She felt that something was wrong. She didn't know why she was feeling that way and wondered if maybe she was getting ill after not sleeping well for so long. And once she put her foot in the wagon, she understood what was happening. She was part of the group who witnessed Wen's demise so many years ago. May and Wen were great friends back then. May started to cry, blaming herself for Wen's death. May felt horrible for abandoning Wen while she endured an agonizing death. May didn't even remember clearly everything that happened since that event really traumatized her. She spent the entire trip feeling terrible, thinking about little Wen's family and how their lives would be if she had done the right thing when she could. May also pondered about what happened to all the others that were with her that night. 30 minutes later, the train arrived to its destination. May got off the train and took in the fresh air, although her eyes were still filled with tears. She then told herself that there was nothing she could do to change the past and continued walking. May went into the bar, and from the beginning she was doing her task way more efficiently than before. But then, after her lunch break, the memories of Wen's death started to torment her again. May continued working until she couldn't hold it anymore and had to lock herself in the bathroom to cry. How could so many years go by without her remembering what happened? She felt so horrible about herself that she wasn't even capable of looking at herself in the mirror. May eventually calmed down, continued working, and finished her shift. She changed her clothes and prepared to go back home. She looked at the clock and saw that she had enough time to get the last train home, so she rushed to the station to not miss it. She arrived sweating, even though it was wintertime. She had a short shirt and it was already dark. May then realized that the subway station of that city was particularly scary at night. Nobody was there, and the infrastructure was very old and unkempt. If anyone had told her that that station had been abandoned for years, she would have believed them. She spent a long while waiting, even though the schedule showed that the train should have arrived already. If the train didn't arrive, she would have to find a way to spend the night in the city, since the bus she usually took had already departed. Suddenly, May felt a slight rumble, which meant that the train was coming. She took out her ticket from her purse, ready to give it to the ticket collector. The vehicle stopped and she went in, feeling relieved. However, May's expression changed when she realized she was completely alone in the train. Not knowing why, her heart started beating faster and she started to get really nervous. The lights in the train also started to flicker, preventing her from reading her book in peace. Since nobody was there, May decided to lay down on a few seats. She felt how the exhaustion was starting to take over her, and even though she was trying not to fall asleep, she spent the entire day working and thought that a little rest would be pretty nice. However, May was jolted awake when the train stopped in its tracks. Suddenly, the lights in the wagon went out. She started to scream to see if the driver would hear her and look for her. The lights soon went back on, and when they did, May could see how something was dragging itself next to the wagon's door. It was a little girl. Her hair was covering her face. She got up and with one hand, she pushed away the hair on her face to reveal herself. It was Wen. The undead girl slowly walked towards May, constantly repeating, "You could have saved me. You all killed me." All May could think of doing was shut down her eyes as hard as she could. She woke up lying on the train seats. She had a nightmare so realistic that her hands and legs were shaking. The lights in the wagon were working fine as well. So, trying to calm down, May took out her book from her purse. When she looked at the clock, looking forward to getting home, she saw she would reach her destination in about 15 minutes. She kept reading her book and immersed herself in the story, unaware of anything happening around her. She started hearing strange noises, but decided to ignore them. Then the vehicle started to tremble so hard that it felt as if it was about to get derailed, which took May out of her trance. That's when she also realized that the windows were all fogged. Suddenly, she saw a few lit lamps at the end of the rails. The driver said through the megaphone that that was the last stop and said goodnight, but not before thanking his only passenger for using their services. The door opened and May was puzzled when she heard a peculiar sound around her. It sounded like someone crying. She looked to her left and saw a little girl sitting on the tracks, crying. May quickly approached her to see if she could help her. In that moment, the little girl turned around, and May could see up close the diabolical red eyes of a wrathful Wen. May rushed out of there, going up the station stairs as she was being chased. But when she tried to get out, she found that the station's door was locked. Wen started to cackle, and May screamed so loudly that she alerted the only security guard in the station. He illuminated the station's door with his lantern and found a woman crying, hid in the door and who was all alone. Noticing the light, May turned around and threw herself to the guard. Hugging him, she wept as she thanked him for helping her. The guard, weirded out, decided to escort May to her house and ask her to rest well. He thought she was crazy, but took pity on her. That night, May locked herself in a room and didn't meet with her friends. She decided to never use the subway again and fell asleep as she muled about what happened. The next morning, she slept in since she forgot to set up her alarm clock. She had no option but to go back to the station. However, there were a lot of people there that day, which made her feel relieved. She saw a few acquaintances, and talking to them made the trip more pleasant. When May ended her shift, she tried taking the bus she always used to take. Unfortunately, she could only see how it passed in front of her since the driver didn't stop to pick her up. And so May had no other option but to take the subway again, and at nighttime, which made her feel terrified. When May arrived at the station, she saw that there was another woman waiting for the train. It was a nice old lady who was also going to her town. The lady told May that she was going to visit her newborn granddaughter for the first time. When the train arrived, they sat together and kept talking during the trip. However, May still felt fearful, mulling about what happened the night before. The old lady asked May how long it would take before they arrived at the station, and she said they were about 5 minutes away. Then, May realized that the old lady's expression was getting really strange. The woman was staring at May unblinkingly with an eerie smile on her face. Then the old woman made a strange movement and started pulling her own hair with such force that she tore out a strand of it. She kept doing this, tearing out pieces of her own skin until her true identity was revealed. It was Wen, in a fleshy disguise, who started bawling and demanding to know why did May and the others abandon her. Paralyzed in horror, May didn't respond, resulting in Wen's eyes becoming red and her teeth falling out one by one as she smiled. And holding her gaze on May, she bid her farewell by saying, "See you in hell." The train got derailed just before reaching the station, and it exploded so strongly that it demolished a few walls. From under the rubble, all they could find was May's corpse, which was completely scorched from head to toe. Mary was secretly packing her suitcase to escape from home. Since her father had died 1 year ago, her mother had been overprotective of her and her younger sister, Ashley. Her obsession was such that they weren't allowed to go to school, leave the house, or interact with anyone. That situation had surpassed the patience of the young woman, who, fed up with her mother's abusive attitude, decided to grab some clothes and personal items and leave home to live a free life. Before leaving, she entered her sister's room and asked her to leave with her. "But where do you want us to go, Mary? The world out there is dangerous. We must stay with Mom." "Ashley, we have to escape. Our mother needs psychological help. She doesn't let us do anything. She keeps us locked up at home, turning it into a prison. We must go out into the street, breathe fresh air, and interact with other people." But her sister didn't want to leave, nor did she want her to leave her alone. So she began to scream, alerting her mother. Mary had no choice but to leave her there and run before the woman stopped her. 3 years had passed, and Mary had decided to return to her mother and sister's home to tell them great news. She arrived without warning and rang the doorbell. When her mother saw her through the glass, she greeted her, confused. She asked for a few minutes and returned a little later with clothes and shoes in her hands. She opened the door and told her that she should have stayed in that room, shower, and put on the clean clothes and shoes that she brought her before entering the house. That room was like a kind of hallway with a small toilet, many disinfectant products, a washing machine, a dryer. It looked like the room of a cleaning shop. Mary told her that she was clean, and her clothes were too. But her mother quickly stopped her, telling her that if she wanted to enter her house, she had to follow the rules. She told her that her sister had a serious illness that attacked her immune system, and any bacteria or virus would harm her health. So Mary stopped complaining and accepted her mother's orders. When she finished washing herself, she knocked on the door so that the woman would allow her to enter. The mother opened it and gave her a big hug. She was very happy to see her after so long apart. Then she invited her into the living room where Ashley was studying. When Mary saw her, she couldn't stop herself from putting her hand over her mouth. She was excited to be reunited with her sister, but had been surprised by how bad she looked. She was missing a lot of hair. Her skin was pale and dull, with large dark circles under her eyes, and she looked weak and wasted. The young women hugged each other, and suddenly the younger sister began to cry and separated. The mother left the room and left them alone. Then Ashley asked her sister why she had abandoned her and why she had forgotten about her. Mary told her that she had called several times on the phone, but that her mother told her that she couldn't get through. Ashley didn't believe her. She knew her mother would never do something like that. Mary went out to look for her mother. She had returned to tell them great news. She was engaged. She was gonna get married in 6 months, so she had decided to put all the bad memories aside and return to her family's house to share her joy and introduce them to her future husband. He had delayed the visit for a couple of days because he was a nurse and they had had an emergency at the hospital. Likewise, Mary decided to go first to tell them the news and to stay in a nearby hostel. Both her mother and sister congratulated her. They were happy to meet the man with whom she now shared her life. The mother told her that she wouldn't allow her to stay in a hostel. She would stay there with them. They had lost a lot of time and it was time to make up for it. Mary accepted the invitation. Then there was silence, and her mother reproached her that if she had taken her sister with her that day, she would be dead. Days after her departure, Ashley fell ill and was told she had a very serious immune system disease. She couldn't go out on the street, she couldn't interact with anyone, or even eat anything. It had to be ecological and very well disinfected. Any bacteria or virus that entered that house could trigger greater severity of her symptoms. Mary reacted with surprise. "Are you telling me that Ashley hasn't been outside for a single day in 3 years? She needs to breathe fresh air, Mom." The situation became tense and they began to argue. Then the mother got up and returned shortly after with 2 cups of tea. "Let's leave it, Mary. I've prepared a warm infusion for you and we're going to start again. You should know that everything I'm doing is for the good health of your sister." Mary nodded. She didn't want to leave there angry again. She had planned to spend a few happy days with her family. The two sisters went to Ashley's room to chat. Mary told her what her life had been like in recent years, what she had achieved, where she worked, what her boyfriend was like. Ashley listened attentively. From time to time, the sister named words that she didn't know. "Don't you know what WhatsApp is? Have you never heard of it, not even on television? Mom says it's better not to watch television, much less use the internet. There are many people there who could harm me." The situation was more worrying than Ashley imagined. Her sister had no contact with the outside world. She lived inside a bubble. Mary gave her her cell phone and let her see several photos while she braided her sister's hair. As she did so, she noticed that several strands were falling out and that she had many bald spots. Suddenly, the sister began to writhe in pain. She clutched her stomach and she screamed. The mother ran into the room, and when she saw Ashley's cell phone, she screamed hysterically. "How could you be so foolish to leave her the cell phone? It's full of bacteria. Your sister is worse because of you. Now I will have to disinfect the whole house again." Mary disagreed. Her cell phone was perfectly clean. "Mom, I have read on the internet about her illness, and they say that it is good for her to go outside. Nothing will happen to her." The mother shouted at her and asked her to leave that room immediately. Her daughter could not leave the house, and those comments only confused her more. The young woman, with tears in her eyes, grabbed her cell phone and went to her room. There, she called her boyfriend to tell him what had happened. About Ashley's hair in pain, never going outside. The nurse told her that not leaving the house was counterproductive, but he would ask his fellow doctors about those symptoms. The fact that her sister's hair was falling out like that could be indicating some other illness. And since her mother didn't want to take her to the doctor, her health could be worsening. The mother was on the other side of the door, listening to the private conversation between Mary and her boyfriend. Then she entered and asked her to give her the phone, because if she didn't, she would have to leave there. She also forbade her from telling anything about their life to strangers. "He is not a stranger, Mom. He's my future husband, and he's a nurse. He thinks Ashley should go to the doctor and get out." The mother hugged her and asked her to stop arguing. She would prepare a hot infusion for the two of them, and they would entertain themselves with a board game while her sister rested. A little later, Mary began to feel dizzy and had a bad headache. The mother placed her hand on her forehead, which was very hot. "Oh, Mary, you have a fever. Come on, you should lie down in bed and rest. Mommy will take care of you like before. You now relax. In a few hours, I will return with another infusion that will help you recover." The next day, after breakfast, the two sisters enjoyed the morning together in Ashley's room. They talked about fashion and beauty, and Ashley asked her sister to do her makeup. Mary told her that this would make her mother angry, and her sister replied that she was tired of not doing things, that they would do them in secret. When she saw herself in the mirror, she didn't recognize herself. Mary had covered her dark, pronounced circles under her eyes and given a healthy color to her skin with blush. She didn't look sick. It was the most beautiful time she had ever felt. A few minutes later, Mary began to feel lightheaded again, and Ashley screamed that she had a lot of pain in her tummy. The older sister, scared, gave her one of the pills she took when her stomach hurt. The mother entered the room, and upon seeing her daughter wearing makeup, she began to yell at Mary, telling her that she had once again aggravated her sister's symptoms. Ashley told her that she had taken a pill, and then the mother grabbed her daughter's arm tightly and took her to the toilet to vomit. She forced her to gug until she completely expelled that chemical from her body. Afterwards, she forbade Mary from ever being alone with Ashley again. Ashley asked her mother to allow her sister to go to the doctor. Her pill wasn't the cause of her pain. But suddenly her vision blurred and everything went black. When she opened her eyes, she was in her bed. Her mother stroked her hair while giving her a cup of hot tea to help her recover. She had fainted and she didn't understand why. Her mother told her that she had found her very nervous. Perhaps it was stress. She advised her to rest to recover. And after drinking the infusion, Mary fell asleep again. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. The mother approached the door and saw a young man outside waiting. She looked out the glass and asked him who he was, and he replied that he was Mary's fiancé. The mother smiled and told him that she would bring him clean clothes and shoes. He should shower before entering. He was only asking about his girlfriend, but the mother left him alone, so he had no choice but to follow her cleaning and disinfection instructions before entering. When he was ready, he told her that he wanted to know if Mary was there. She hadn't answered the phone for days. Every time the operator said that the cell phone was turned off, and he was worried. Oh, yeah, she's here. She's resting right now. I'll make you some tea and give you something to eat while you wait for her to come down. The nurse appreciated the gesture and sat at the table in the room to wait. A little later, the mother arrived with tea and cookies and sat down in front of him. She told him that Mary was in the bathroom, so she would be with them soon. The man began to eat homemade cookies and praised the mother's cooking skills. Suddenly, he noticed that he was choking and drank the entire infusion at once. But it wasn't choking food. He was drowning. He couldn't breathe. The mother watched curiously and without moving as the man writhed on the ground, unable to speak. Raising his hand and asking for help, shortly after, he stopped kicking. The mother grabbed him by his feet and dragged him to her greenhouse, which, in addition to vegetables and flowers, also had several poisonous plants. She left him in a room she had with gardening tools, threw a piece of plastic over the body, and returned inside the house to make sure their daughters were still asleep. Seeing that everything was in order, she began to clean. Mary woke up the next morning, having slept at least 12 hours, but still feeling tired and weak. She grabbed the cup of infusion that had been left on the table to take it down to the kitchen, and when she turned around and saw her pillow, it fell to the floor. There were several strands of hair on the bed. Bald spots were forming. She looked back at the ground and looked at the broken cup. The bottom had a white substance and smelled very strange. Her mother was poisoning them, and she was making her sick like her sister. Ashley had nothing. It was her mother who was intentionally keeping her sick so she wouldn't leave there. She quickly went to her sister's room and told her that they had to leave. She told her what her mother was doing, but Ashley didn't believe her. Stop telling lies, Mary. You know I can't leave the house. The viruses would kill me. At that moment, the mother came into the room and yelled at Mary to leave her sister alone. Without a second's hesitation, Mary slid the curtains to the side and opened the window wide, letting the air from outside enter the interior of the house. Ashley began to scream, covering her nose and mouth to keep the contaminated air from entering her body. The mother lunged at Mary, screaming that she was trying to kill her sister. I'm not killing her, mother. You are poisoning her. I know everything. I plan to report to you. The woman wasn't going to give up so soon, and she squeezed her daughter's neck tightly. Maddie couldn't breathe. She was drowning. She extended her fingertips as far as she could until she reached the vase in Ashley's cabinet and hit her mother's head hard, leaving her on the floor. The young woman ran out, ready to leave in her car, when something made her stop. Mike's car, her partner, was parked in front of the house. Where was he? She returned to the house and searched without finding anything. Then she decided to look for him in her mother's best hiding place, the greenhouse. She walked in and looked at all the plants the woman had been poisoning her and Ashley with. Soon she saw the little room where she kept the gardening tools. Upon entering, she noticed a lump covered with plastic. She didn't want to pick it up because a feeling told her that she already knew what she was going to find. But she had no choice, and when she discovered it, her legs gave out and she fell to the ground. There was the body of her future husband, the only family she still had left. The mother recovered from the blow and left the house straight to the greenhouse. Ashley was watching everything through a window pane. If she didn't do anything, her mother would kill her sister. That woman was not the sweet mother she thought she was. Mary was right. She went down to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and gathered the courage to go outside. She remained motionless for a few seconds. What if her mother was right and going out into the street could kill her? She shook her head and thought that if that was the case, her death would have been worth it if she could save her sister. She walked under the sun and entered the greenhouse. There, her mother squeezed Mary's neck tightly, trying to suffocate her. Ashley yelled for her to stop immediately, but her mother didn't obey. Then the young woman put the knife to her neck, threatening to cut herself. "No, don't do it, my sweet girl. I have always taken care of you. I have wanted the best for you. If you want what's best for me, let go of Mary and let us get out of here. Otherwise, I'll do it." The mother obeyed and released the young woman, who quickly rushed to hug her sister. Then the two ran to Mary's car and drove away from the house. They hadn't even gone 3 kilometers when the mother caught up with them on the road with her car. On one of the curves, she overtook them, got right in front of their car and slammed on the brakes, making Mary unable to react and causing them to have an accident. The sisters were left dazed and with several cuts to their eyebrows and lips. They closed their eyes and shortly after, they noticed someone dragging them along the ground. Their mother took them out of the cursed car and took them to a field next to the road. She placed a flower from her greenhouse in each of the young women's mouths and joined their hands. Afterwards, she herself ingested the same plant and hugged them, waiting for eternal sleep. It was a quiet night. Ben and Rachel were preparing dinner together. He cut the broccoli while she worked on the sauce. The couple joked while she had to supervise her boyfriend's every step. Cooking was not Ben's strong point, and on several occasions they had ended up calling a pizza place with home delivery for having scorched the food. That day, she had chosen to give him simple tasks, while she joked with him about his lack of aptitude to become a chef. "You already know that I'm very good at cleaning, ironing, fixing washing machines and computers. I can't be perfect at everything," he replied while winking at her. Suddenly, the doorbell startled them. They looked at each other surprised. It was quite late and neither of them expected visitors that night. Ben walked over to one of the windows to see who it was. It was his friend Sean. Well, more than friend, you could say ex-friend. They had had a great friendship since childhood, until the love between him and Rachel broke the relationship. Sean had met Rachel and they dated for a few months. During that time, she accompanied him to hang out with his friends. And that's where the crush between her and Ben arose. When he realized that he was beginning to fall in love with the young woman, he tried to avoid her. He didn't want to spoil his friendship with his friend. She did the same with Sean, decided to break up with him, justifying the breakup with the fact that her feelings had changed, and she no longer felt in love. Sean had a very bad time. Rachel had been his first great love, and he hadn't been able to get over it. For their part, although Ben and Rachel had tried to hide their feelings, finally, sometime later, they began a relationship. Sean hadn't liked that at all, and from that day on, he stopped talking to both his best friend and his ex-partner. For this reason, it was so strange that Sean was waiting outside at that time of night and without calling. She asked what her ex-boyfriend was doing there, and Ben confirmed that he had no idea. But if he was at the door after so long without speaking, it must be important. His girlfriend told him that she didn't want to see him. She didn't want to start an argument with him. So he assured her that he would tell her that he was alone at home. Meanwhile, she would wait in the kitchen. Ben opened the door with a forced smile. "Oh, Sean, what a long time. I'm glad to see ya." The young man, with a nervous and worried expression, asked him if he could come in, or if he was accompanied and it was about time. Ben tried to hide how uncomfortable that situation was for him by telling him that he was alone and that he could enter without any problem. He made sure to say it loudly so that Rachel could hear him and stay in the kitchen without leaving. Then Sean entered the house with a gift box in his hand. They entered the room and began to exchange a couple of nervous phrases. "How is everything? Where do you work now?" Sean stared at one of the photo frames on the living room table, where the couple was hugging in the picture. As he looked at it, he told Ben that he was sorry for everything that had happened and how things had ended. Then he asked if Rachel was there. No, Sean, I already told you I'm home alone. She's at her parents' house. Then the young man told him that he had only gone there to say hello and give him that box. It was wrapped in pretty wrapping paper and had an envelope on top. Confused, Ben grabbed the gift. His ex-friend was increasingly nervous, something that did not go unnoticed. He asked him if he wanted something to drink, and he insisted that he open his gift as soon as possible. He wanted to see his reaction. Ben smiled at him and grabbed the envelope to read the card first, but Sean asked him to start with the box, so as not to reveal the contents of the gift before opening it. Ben obeyed, lifting the paper and revealing a cardboard box. When he opened it, he was surprised to see nothing. The bottom was so dark, it seemed to have no end. "What is this?" he asked. But when he looked up, Sean was already gone. He approached the door and saw how he got into his car running while shouting, I'm so sorry, man." Ben was glad that his friend had finally taken the step of mending their relationship, although that box had left him uneasy. Rachel came out of hiding and asked him what happened. He couldn't answer and quickly went to the kitchen to grab a flashlight. He shined the light on the bottom of the box and was surprised when he still couldn't see anything. Then he grabbed a pencil that was on the table and put it inside the cardboard box. The two jumped back when they saw that the pencil had disappeared without making a sound, as if it had been thrown into a deep, bottomless well. They looked at each other. This had to be a joke, but they didn't understand the trick. Then he remembered the letter that accompanied the gift. It was on top of one of the pieces of furniture in the living room. He grabbed it and handed it to Rachel, who began reading it out loud. "Dear Ben, I'm sorry for everything that happened to us and what's happening to you now, but I had to give it to someone. I'm not sure, but I know he can't move while you're looking at him. Whatever you do, don't take your eyes off him. He wants you to look the other way." Suddenly, the sound of a pencil falling to the ground made them turn their gaze. It was the pencil that Ben had thrown into the cardboard. But the worst wasn't that. From inside the box, the head of what appeared to be a man picked out. They both screamed in fear. What was that? The box was on a table. It was impossible for a man to fit inside. But he didn't look like a doll or something inert. That head was alive, and he looked straight into their eyes with a penetrating look. His hair was wet, like sweat, dripping all over his face. Scared, Ben decided to call Sean. As he walked to the side, he could see the head turn his eyes, following him with his gaze. He made several calls, but Sean didn't answer. He had turned off his cell phone. His girlfriend asked him what was happening, but he didn't know what to answer. He didn't understand anything. He decided to make more attempts and leave a message on Sean's answering machine. While he walked around the room looking at that sinister head, Rachel's voice asked again, "What's going on, Ben?" And he nervously told her that he had already answered her, that he had no idea what was happening. What Ben didn't know was that on this occasion, it wasn't his girlfriend who had spoken, but rather the head had perfectly imitated her voice. Seconds later, a voice identical to his could be heard repeating the same message he had left on Sean's answering machine. That thing could copy their voices perfectly. Nervous and scared, he grabbed the car keys and told Rachel they had to get out of there. They didn't know what that was, but his girlfriend remained motionless, staring at his head. She told him that they couldn't leave. The letter said that they couldn't look away from him. Maybe if they did, they would be in danger. They had to know what happened if neither of them looked at him. It was necessary to know what they were facing. They gathered their courage, counted to 3, and both looked away from that creature and looked at each other. After a few seconds, they looked back at the cardboard. The man had placed his fingers on the top of the box. Terrified and trembling, the young man began to shout at him. "What are you? What do you want from us?" The sinister creature inside began to emit voices again. I'm so sorry, man," Ben thought. That phrase, that voice, it was the phrase that Sean said to him when he said goodbye. Then the thing continued playing Sean's voice, saying, "Just Ben, don't let him leave the house." He didn't understand anything. But if those words were a copy of his friend's voice, he owed him a lot of explanations. He had to find him and know what that was. Then Ben said to his girlfriend, "It's supposed to. If you look at it, it doesn't move. We must separate." Rachel opened her eyes in horror. She wouldn't allow herself to be separated from him. "I have to find Sean. I don't know why he gave us this, but I'll find out. We don't know what this is. It may be harmless. You don't drive, which is why I need you to stay here staring at it non-stop while I get help and find that damn Sean. I will break down his door if necessary." The young man grabbed a chair and placed it in front of the cardboard box, accompanying his girlfriend to sit down. Then he grabbed a knife from the kitchen and placed it in his hand to defend herself if she needed it. He would return as soon as possible. He kissed his partner on the forehead and nervously ran out of the house and started his car. Ben continued to frantically call Sean with his vehicle's hands-free phone. As he still didn't get a response, he left one more message on the answering machine. In this case, he asked him about the message that the creature in the box had issued with his same voice. What had he said to that head? Suddenly, Sean answered on the other end of the line. Ben's voice shook, asking him why he hadn't answered him. But Sean, bewildered, just asked Ben to repeat what he had said earlier in his answering machine message. Ben ignored his question and continued insisting. He needed to know what that thing was, and the reason for that threatening message from his head. Sean couldn't believe it. He assured him that he didn't even know that head could speak or make sounds. "Don't lie to me. It was your voice, Sean. He repeated what you said. Why did you want me not to leave the house?" Ben continued to insist and ask. He needed to know if Rachel was in danger. When he mentioned Rachel and confirmed that she was also in the house, Sean began to shake and scream at him, feeling panic take over. No, you have to stay looking at him. Where are you? Don't tell me you're gone." Ben tried to calm the situation by assuring him that they had everything under control. Rachel had stayed home in order to keep the thing quiet. But his friend shocked him with his response. "No, Ben, you, damn, I gave it to you. You were the one who had to keep your eyes on that thing." Sean started crying, and that alarmed Ben. It could not be. He had endangered his girlfriend by leaving her there alone. He swerved the car and changed course, returning to his house. On the other end of the phone, Sean was asking him where he was going, guessing what his friend's decision was going to be. "Ben, now don't come back. You can't go back, do you hear me? Listen to me, do not come back." But Ben hung up the call and ignored his warning. Upon arrival, the lights were off, plunging the house into darkness. Even the switch seemed to have been forced, as if someone had tampered with it. Trembling and with his heart pounding, he groped for the lantern. When he finally found it and turned it on, he could see that the cardboard box was no longer resting on the table where he had left it, nor was Rachel. In its place, there was a large paddle of water on the floor, and also the knife he had given her for protection, intact and without any blood stains. He felt all the pores of his skin stand on end. He heard a noise in the background in the kitchen, carefully shining the flashlight as he passed. He walked there and verified that the noise came from an open faucet, which is why there was a puddle of water on the floor. He closed it and called loudly to his girlfriend. "Rachel!" He continued calling her with a trembling voice, waiting for an answer that didn't come. His head was filled with questions, but before he could find answers, a sound snapped him out of his daze. A voice boomed from the stairs. "What's going on, Ben?" It sounded like Rachel's voice, although it was one of the phrases that the creature had repeated in the living room, imitating his girlfriend. He had to check if she was there, if she was in danger. He looked towards the stairs and shouted, "Rachel, where are you? Where's the box?" But she stopped answering. Likewise, he decided to climb the stairs cautiously. His heart was beating so hard that it seemed like it would burst out of his mouth at any moment. When he reached the second floor hallway, he noticed another noise. He looked at the ground and saw how there was water there too. It seemed that there was another faucet open, the one in the bathroom. So he pointed the flashlight down and slowly made his way there. As he approached, he could see how the door was ajar. And the strangest thing was the bathroom switch was also broken. They had completely lifted the plastic of the button and had left the cables outside. He counted to 3 in his mind, and after taking a very deep breath, he gathered his courage and kicked open the bathroom door. There was no one there. Only the tap in the sink was open, causing the water to overflow and fall to the floor. He approached it and closed the faucet, but the noise of flowing water continued. There was one more tap that wasn't turned off. He could hear the sound of water coming from the bathtub, as if someone was taking a shower. He pushed aside the curtains to close it when suddenly he encountered horror. The man in the box, that unexplainable creature, was staring at him from inside. He stifled a scream of terror, covering his mouth with his hand as he backed away, pointing the flashlight at him. He remembered the instructions in the letter. He was not to look away. It was necessary so that he wouldn't move. Frightened, he walked backwards, but panic took hold of him. And in his desperation to flee, the flashlight slipped from his hands in the middle of the hallway and fell to the floor. His only salvation was to outrun that thing. He had to escape, so he headed towards the stairs. But something even more terrible awaited him. That thing in the bathroom was not the only one. With difficulty due to the poor lighting, he could see several shadows of creatures like those in the box climbing the stairs. He stared at them, and then the group stopped in their track and stood paralyzed. However, he had stopped eye contact with the man in the shower. He turned quickly and could see him behind him. That paralyzed their movement but allowed the group on the ladder to ascend a few more steps. They were surrounded. They couldn't maintain contact with both sides because they were in opposite areas. The creatures were getting closer, and he struggled to keep his gaze focused everywhere. It was an impossible task. Everything was even more complicated with almost no light. He could barely make out shadows. He needed the flashlight. The creature in the box continued walking until the young man paralyzed him again by looking back at him. But he had stayed next to the lantern. He was less than a step away from it. Ben couldn't catch it. Those on the stairs continued their ascent, and he turned constantly trying to escape, but finding himself cornered. The last thing he heard was the click of the flashlight. Ben was a 16-year-old boy who lived with his parents. The father was dedicated to making dog oil, and the mother had a small place next to the church where she helped women get rid of unwanted children. From childhood, Ben had been instilled with work habits. He helped his father catch dogs for his cauldrons and helped his mother to make the leftovers of their work disappear. The owners of the missing dogs in the village looked at the young man with fury and defiance. Although his father had the support of the doctors in the area, he used to recommend his oil to patients. That didn't mean that he had the support of the rest of the citizens. Dog oil was one of the most valuable medicines ever discovered. But many people weren't willing to make that sacrifice with animals to help the sick. Dog oil was becoming more and more popular, which led Ben's father to invest in a factory to produce more oil. Every day, boxes and boxes with their product came out filling the shelves of pharmacies across the country. One day, late at night, Ben was returning from his mother's place to collect the dead body of an orphan. He had to make it disappear. So he took it on a wheeled cart, passing it off as merchandise. On the way, he passed the oil factory. But in front of the building, he saw someone in a car who seemed to be watching. He wasn't sure if it was a policeman. To avoid being seen, he slipped out a side door of the factory. He managed to enter one of the rooms and brought the wheeled cart with a corpse into it. His father was no longer at the factory. He had gone home to rest. So he was alone. He entered the room where the giant cauldrons were. The only visible light was that of the fire that made the oil boil slowly, and which caused a piece of dog to appear on the surface from time to time. The young man sat on the ground doing time until the man in that car left. He opened the wheel cart and began to caress the short and silky hair of that child. He was precious. Despite his young age, Ben loved children. And when contemplating that little angel, he wished with all his heart that that wound he had on his chest, the work of his mother, had been fatal, and that he wasn't suffering. His mission was to throw those babies into the river. This night, with that suspicious car watching, he didn't know how to get there without arousing suspicion. That person could be minutes or hours in front of the factory. Then he had an idea, so they wouldn't catch him. Throw the corpse into the cauldron with the dogs. His father would never distinguish the bones from those of the puppies. He thinks that a single human corpse among so many dog corpses wouldn't affect the oil too much. So he grabbed the boy's corpse and threw it into the cauldron. Then he dug the wheel cart between some containers and walked out of the factory stealthily. A few days later, his father came home rubbing his hands together with satisfaction. He had gotten the best quality of oil since he had started his business. The doctors to whom he had sent some samples confirmed this. The men had no idea how he had done it. The dogs were of the usual breeds and had been treated as usual in the process. Ben didn't know what to do, but in the end, he decided to tell the truth. To his surprise, his parents were not angry. Quite the opposite. They hugged him with joy because they already had the solution to get that special oil. So they got down to work to change their production method. The fusion of those bodies were extraordinary. They couldn't miss that opportunity. The young man felt extremely sad. If he had foreseen the consequences of saying it, he would have kept it quiet. His mother moved her business to one of the rooms of the factory building, and Ben's obligations to her ceased, never again asking her son to dispose of the bodies of those little ones. The father didn't want to completely do without the dogs. He believed that the fusion was what created that special oil. But he did choose to considerably reduce the number of sacrifices of those animals. Of course, the name and ingredients of the oil couldn't change for buyers. That oil would continue to be 100% dog for customers. The marriage was the one that carried out the murders. They were the ones who decided to sacrifice those dogs and children and make an economic profit from it. But Ben couldn't help but feel guilty. He, unwittingly, had revealed the secret of the most special formula of the oil, and because of him, those children had a most tragic end. Due to the double benefit that his mother found in her activity, she tried to exploit it to the fullest. She no longer only accepted orders to eliminate unwanted babies, but also approached the roads and paths in search of older children, and even adults, who she managed to drug direct into the factory. There, they took care of converting them into the most select oils. His father also tried to fill his cauldrons as much as possible. Transforming unsupportive neighbors into dog oil became the passion of his life. Every time they wanted more and more, it became an absorbing and overwhelming greed. All those who had tried to ruin their business ended up in those giant cauldrons, until the number of disappearances began to set off alarms in the area. Every day, more people disappeared without a trace. And all the neighbors pointed to the same place, Ben's father's oil factory. After several complaints, the parents had to go through several inspections. But thanks to some contacts, they always managed to find out about the surprise visit and left everything prepared so as not to leave evidence. His father and mother absolutely cleaned the entire factory with bleach to eliminate any trace or indication that the bodies were there. Meanwhile, dog oil continued to be exploited in more countries, becoming one of the most demanded products. Ben and his parents slept in the factory in an area set up for it. They didn't want to leave the area unattended, and they couldn't trust anyone else but themselves, so they spent the whole day there. After several reports of suspected crime, they were summoned to testify before a judge. No lawyer wanted to defend them. The whole town was sure that they had something to do with all the disappearances that were taking place. They had gone too far. They were about to go to jail for committing so many murders. After the first trial, when they arrived at the factory, Ben's father told his mother that if they managed to get out of the conviction due to lack of evidence, they should leave the business. They already had enough money, so much so that they wouldn't have to return to work until the last of their days. But his wife didn't agree. She was obsessed with the business. Her husband realized that what moved her was no longer money and fortune. She enjoyed killing all those people. The father tried to make her reason, but the woman's mind was completely unhinged. They started yelling and arguing. She defended the business for which they had always fought, and he tried to make her see that they had to put an end to all that activity. With the screaming, Ben woke up and went to the door to listen to his parents' conversation. He opened it slightly and peered through it. His parents' gazes met on fire, and immediately they jumped on each other with indescribable fury. They fought around the room like demons until at one point they seemed to calm down. The father turned and told his wife that he would prepare an infusion of linden for both of them, because they were very nervous. The man went to a table, while his wife, behind him, advanced with a tool in her hand. Ben, watching everything that was happening from the door, guessed what his mother was up to. Mute and immobile with terror, he didn't know what to do to avoid it. Suddenly, his mother raised her hand with the tool and hit his father on the head. He fell to the ground, screaming in pain. The woman was also screaming as she tried to hit him again, but the man grabbed her hands and tried to immobilize her. The couple continued in a violent struggle near the old cauldrons. Ben kept watching it all and praying it didn't end in disgrace. After several blows, the combatants suddenly separated. A river of blood began to flow from the father's chest. The woman had stuck the tool into his body. For a moment, the parents glared at each other in the most hostile way. And suddenly, the man, badly wounded, sensing the proximity of his death, jumped forward into one of the boiling cauldrons. And gaining strength, he grabbed his wife and dragged her with him. In just a few minutes, the two of them disappeared into the oil that had made them such monsters. The young man, convinced that the police would look for him and attribute part of those crimes to him as a witness, escaped to another country and tried to make a new life. He knew that in that town he could never lead an honest life and would always be marked as the son of murderers. He walked away and started a new life. He got married and had 2 little ones. One of them, aged 3, fell very ill. They took him to several doctors, but his illness made his health worse every day. His son was consumed with pain, so he went to one of the best doctors in the city so he could help him. The doctor, seeing the boy's condition, told him that there was only one treatment with which he had seen improvements in that disease. Ben told him that he didn't care about the cost of the treatment. He would work hard to pay for it. The man put on the table a jar that he recognized perfectly. It was the dog oil that his parents made. He asked if it would really work, and the doctor told him that if it didn't, there wasn't much else to calm the little boy with. Ben didn't hesitate and gave the treatment to his son, who every day improved his appearance and regained his vitality. His pains have subsided, but when he finished the bottle of oil, the little boy recoiled again and his pains increased again. Ben went back to the doctor's office to ask for more oil, but the man told him that there were a few units in the world. The pharmacies had already sold out of the last units, and he had offered him the last one he had left. He told him that the factory that produced it had closed. Many companies tried to copy the product, but none had achieved those effects. It was clear that there was some secret formula in its ingredients, and that it couldn't be created again. Ben was at a crossroads. His son's health depended on a morally questionable resource, dog and human oil with their family's secret recipe. Despite having sworn never to find himself in the middle of that miraculous fabrication again, he was forced to resort to his method once again. With tears in his eyes, he went to the nearest store to purchase the necessary material for his next action. He bought the largest iron cauldron he could find and some tools. Afterwards, he ventured to a neighborhood far from his own in search of a boy with a dog. The easiest option was to head to a park and observe which child wasn't under parental supervision. After striking up a conversation with a minor in his bed, with a heart full of anguish, he decided to take them both. As he carried the bodies in the trunk of the car, he promised himself that it would be the last time he would perform that desperate act. It would be a temporary remedy while he looked for some other solution with the help of doctors. Back home, Ben prepared the oil secretly from his family. When he gave that miraculous substance to his son, once again, he saw his health improve. The little boy regained vitality and color in his face, filling the father's heart with hope. However, the oil reserve began to decline rapidly. He refused to go through the same situation again, but days after administering the last drops, the boy's health weakened again. His organs began to fail and he ended up admitted to the hospital. There, he shared a room with another little boy who was even more seriously ill than him. The doctors didn't have good news, and Ben couldn't help but overhear the conversation between the doctors and the family while they were in the hallway. Their son was on the verge of death. The doctor held their hands while confirming that their little one would probably not survive that week. The mother tried to stifle a cry of despair. She didn't want her son to hear her, but her heart was breaking into 1,000 pieces. Those parents were devastated. Life was unfair. Such a small child with such a desire to live. And the damn disease was destroying him and his family. Ben felt a tear fall down his cheek as well. That was the future that awaited his little one, too, if he did nothing. Therefore, he decided to make a drastic decision. He asked his wife to spend the night in the hospital and ventured out again in search of another child and dog. He repeated the same ritual, his heart full of guilt, but with the intention of saving his son at any cost. He was selfish, he knew it, but he couldn't imagine a life without him. The next morning, he gave a few drops to his son and gave a bottle of oil to the parents of the little boy with whom they shared a room. The parents were reluctant to give him medication that wasn't prescribed by the doctors, but Ben asked them, "What do you have to lose? They haven't given you good news or hope. What if this gives you more days with your son?" Finally, the parents accepted, desperate for any glimmer of salvation. The days passed and the improvement in both children was evident. The other boy's parents, full of gratitude, implored Ben to provide them with more oil. Ben told them that he couldn't give them more. It was the last one he had. But that made the parents nervous. "Tell it its name. Please don't be selfish and leave everything for your son. You have to help us. We will pay you. We will give you everything you need." The next day, they arrived at the hospital room with a bag full of money. They said they didn't need anything if their little one was not with them. With that money, Ben's son could be assured of a good future. He could study at a good university, have access to the best doctors, and have a calm and worry-free life. Ben was torn between guilt and greed, between good and evil. Finally, he made a decision. He made a deal with one of the big pharmaceutical companies. His son's future was assured thanks to this agreement, but the weight of his decisions continued to weigh on him. He knew he had crossed lines that should never have been crossed. But he also knew he had done everything he could to save his son's life. The agreement with the pharmaceutical company consisted of mixing its oil with some of the most used medications today. Could you find out which one? It had been 10 years since the horrible incident between Emily, Mark, Holly, and Grandma. Holly was already a teenager. Thanks to therapy, she had overcome her fears and anxiety caused by the last day held by her grandmother. Emily and Mark also progressed in their fears as the months passed and their lives returned to what they always had. But the family's peace of mind began to be clouded the day they received a letter from the psychiatric center. It was from Lisa. She explained to them that she was very sorry for the mistakes she had made in the past. Everything had been caused by trauma after the loss of her 7-year-old daughter in the pool. At that time, she hadn't been able to accept it and live in a world where her little girl was no longer there. And she was trying to find a culprit and a replacement for the void that had been left. For this reason, she blamed her son, when he was only 5 years old, for letting her sister die and not saving her. And she wanted to get her back by trying to turn her granddaughter into a copy of her deceased daughter. Mark began to get nervous as Emily read the first words of the letter aloud. He didn't want to hear excuses that would bring back the pain of the past. But his wife continued reading until the end. Before saying goodbye, Lisa told them that the doctors considered that with the medication and therapy she was once again fit to visit and leave the center. She had learned very well from her mistakes and had worked to change her behavior. She asked them not to forget her and to let her show them all her repentance because she didn't have much time left. When Emily read the last sentence, she was thoughtful. What do you think she meant by saying she doesn't have much time left? Is she sick? Mark took the letter from her hands and looked into her eyes. "Emily, don't start. My mother is a textbook manipulator. I don't know if she's sick or not, but what I know is that no matter how much therapy she does, she will continue to be the woman who almost ended my family. Promise me you will not do anything crazy." She nodded and gave her husband a hug. Once again, she felt that terrible feeling of suffocation in her chest, which had taken her so long to diminish. Neither parent wanted to tell Holly the news about her grandmother, although little by little the kitchen drawer began to fill with several letters from the woman imploring their forgiveness. And the young woman ended up finding out. She, who had a personality very similar to her mother, felt sorry for the old woman. Her memories may have been more clouded by having lived them as a child, but when she read her grandmother's letters, she couldn't contain her tears and compassion for her. "I know she has hurt us a lot, but what if she's dying? We must give her the opportunity to apologize. She's alone, and she will die alone in that center if we don't go see her." As she spoke, a tear slid down the young woman's cheek, and upon seeing her, also her mother. However, her father remained serious. He was disappointed, and he felt misunderstood to see that the two could forgive something so serious for him. "I am not going to prevent you from anything, but please just promise me that you will be careful." Emily and Holly, after a long discussion, finally decided to give Lisa a chance to visit and apologize. They called the psychiatric center and coordinated the details to meet the grandmother one afternoon in one of its wards. However, the next day, just as mother and daughter were about to leave the house, the doorbell surprised them. Emily went straight to the door and came face to face with Lisa's fragile figure. Although she now seemed serene and different from the person who had caused them so much suffering, she couldn't help but feel a tremor in her voice and in her hands. Lisa smiled kindly and asked permission to enter. Holly walked over and helped her mother out of that tense moment by inviting her grandmother inside. The first few seconds, the tension in the air was palpable, but the grandmother took the initiative and with a smile began to tell them what her life had been like in the last few years in the psychiatric center, sharing stories about the new friends she had made and the therapeutic activities she did. She was trying to convince Emily and Holly that she had changed, that she was now seeking peace and forgiveness. Although her speech seemed sincere, Emily couldn't help but squeeze her daughter's hand tightly every time Lisa got too close. The conversation seemed to relax until Mark returned home. When he entered and saw the three women laughing in the living room, his face tightened. Nervous and barely able to speak, Mark stared at Lisa and in a firm voice asked her to leave. His mother tried to explain that she just wanted to rebuild her relationship with her family. However, Mark was not willing to give in. His memories of the past were still too fresh in his mind. Holly was disappointed in her father, and Emily tried to mediate and smooth the situation, but Mark insisted that he didn't want his mother around. Finally, Lisa, with an expression of sadness and resignation, got up and left the house. The granddaughter got up and offered to accompany her to the door, but her grandmother told her that it was not necessary, that she knew the way out. Emily, Mark, and Holly, meanwhile, remained silent in the living room, feeling uncomfortable. What they didn't know was that before leaving, the grandmother had grabbed a set of keys from the little box they had at the entrance, where they always left their keys when they arrived. The family slept that night thinking about the situation. The next day, everyone left the house. Holly went to school and Mark and Emily went to their respective jobs. When the house was empty, the grandmother entered, using the keys with several shopping bags. In the room where Holly slept, there was a part of the ceiling that slid down and from which a ladder fell to go up to the attic. The grandmother carefully entered the attic through the stairs and brought up everything she had in her bags. There, she carried several cans of food, drinks, and blankets. She prepared to kind of dwell in with everything she had there. She used an old mattress, several cushions, and made a bed. And from another bag, she took out the photo of her deceased daughter and placed it on a small table. "We will be together again, Lena. No matter how grown up you are, you will always be my little girl," the lady said while kissing the photo of her daughter, who had a great resemblance to Holly. Suddenly, she heard noises, so she closed the access to the attic tightly and remained silent. Putting her ear to the floor, she could hear Holly come into her room. It seemed to her that she was talking to herself until she realized that she was talking to someone on the phone. And from the tone of the conversation, something told her that it was with the boy. Lisa became tense. She thought that her daughter was still too young to have a boyfriend. She didn't like that. Hours later, everyone left the house again, and then Lisa took the opportunity to go back down to the house. There, she took a shower and was browsing through Holly's personal belongings. For the next few days, Lisa continued her strange routine. She waited patiently for the house to be empty before descending from her makeshift shelter in the attic and exploring her granddaughter's life. She immersed herself in her belongings and read her diary, although she tried hard not to leave a trace of her presence. Her obsession intensified when she discovered that Holly was in a relationship with a boy named Alex. The grandmother spied on every message and every interaction, fearing that this boy could influence the young woman's life in some negative way. One of those days, Lisa put her ear to the ground to try to hear as much as she could of a conversation between Holly and Emily. Her mother told her that she had to accompany her father to a doctor's appointment and then they would do some shopping at the mall. She asked the young woman if she wanted to go with them and she answered no, she would stay at home watching a movie. After a short time, Lisa could no longer hear the young woman in her room. So she went down through the trapdoor and looked for her granddaughter around the house, being very careful not to make noise. When she reached the door to the living room, she was surprised to hear Holly talking to someone. She thought she was alone. She looked through one of the glass windows in the door and saw that her granddaughter was hugging a boy and they were exchanging affectionate words. Holly had taken advantage of the moment when her parents weren't at home to call her boyfriend and secretly stay alone. Lisa couldn't stand that image. She had to do something. Suddenly, she saw how the boy got up and told her granddaughter that he was going to the bathroom. Lisa ran to crouch behind one of the bedroom doors. While the young man was in the bathroom, the grandmother quietly went to the kitchen and grabbed one of the knives. As soon as the boy grabbed the door handle and left the bathroom, she surprised him on the other side by covering his mouth and stabbing him several times in the stomach. "You will never touch my sweet girl again." Meanwhile, Holly remained in the living room, ignoring the noise of the television. The grandmother left the boy lying in the bathroom and ran back to her hiding place. It wouldn't take long for Holly to find her boyfriend's lifeless body. Just as she closed the access to the stairs, she could hear a scream that made the walls shake. The grandmother remained hidden. In the attic, no one would look for her. Everyone would assume that the murderer had escaped. The next day, the grandmother took advantage of one of the moments in which everyone had left the house to shower and go outside. As she crossed the front yard, a neighbor greeted her and asked if Emily was home. "Oh, well, no. I just came to visit them, but no one has opened the door," the grandmother replied, uncomfortable at having been discovered around the house. When the family returned home, the same neighbor approached them. He wanted to give them a package that a delivery man had left for them. Mark thanked him for the gesture, and when they were about to say goodbye, something stopped him. "This morning, another lady also came to visit you. I thought you were at home, but she told me no. That's why I waited until the afternoon to bring it to you." Mark turned pale and asked for a physical description of the lady he had seen. And of course, it was Lisa. Emily grabbed her husband's arm and asked him what was happening. Mark swallowed and asked Holly to come into the house, and once he was alone with his wife, he asked her if she thought Grandma could be behind the death of Holly's boyfriend. Emily put her hand on her chest and, startled, told him that it couldn't be, but a terrible doubt had already taken hold of her too. They entered the house and the woman began to prepare dinner. When she opened the cutlery drawer, something didn't feel right. They were all carefully placed, straight and aligned. Something that wasn't usual in their family. She only knew one person with that level of obsession. She started to sweat. She took off her apron, put on her shoes, and said goodbye to her husband and daughter. She had to do something to find out if the nightmare was repeating itself. When she wanted to grab her house keys, she saw that they were gone. She asked her husband and daughter if anyone had kept them out of confusion, but they both replied that they only had their own. The fact that the house keys had disappeared could explain why someone entered the home to murder her daughter's boyfriend without forcing the door. But who had access there? She got in the car and headed to the psychiatric center. When she arrived, she asked the receptionist if she could see Lisa. Her hands began to shake when she told her that Lisa had been gone for several days. She had told them that she had a place to stay and that she would spend a few days disconnecting. Emily did not like that at all. More and more things made her think that her grandmother was still the maniacal murderer they knew. When she was driving home, something made her hit the brakes. It was the grandmother who was walking near her house. Nervously, Emily asked her what she was doing there, and the grandmother told her that she was going to pay them a visit. "Lisa, where have you been these last 2 days? I have gone to the center and they have told me that you have not slept there," she told her threateningly. The grandmother already had an alibi prepared. "Oh, I'm spending a few days at a friend's house. She's away on vacation and she asked me to stay there taking care of her plants." Emily did not believe her. "So you won't have a problem inviting me for coffee and a chat at the house you're staying at, right?" Lisa smiled. She knew Emily was suspicious, but she would manage to continue deceiving her. She told her that she would call her tomorrow and send her the address. That afternoon, Mark and Holly didn't leave the house at any time, so Grandma had nowhere to spend the night. Trying to have a place to stay, she looked for easy prey. Walking down the street, she saw how a little old woman walked slowly with bags in her hand to enter her home. Lisa offered to help her, and the lady smiled at her. When they were inside, the grandmother hit her on the head with a vase and left her unconscious on the floor. The next morning, Lisa sent the location of the house to Emily. Shortly after, the woman showed up at the door. Emily had to know if Lisa had an alibi to make sure she wasn't the one who had entered her house to kill. So she began to ask her questions, but the grandmother had a very well-prepared speech. For every question, she had a perfect excuse that exonerated her. At one point, Emily asked her why it smelled so unpleasant there. Lisa apologized, justifying that it was because of the cats. They had defecated all over the room where they slept, but she had been unable to clean it because she was afraid of them. Emily offered to clean it up and got up walking in the direction of where the smell was coming from. But Lisa quickly cut her off and told her that she wanted to meet her and Holly another time because she had been sad that their last conversation had ended so abruptly. Just as she was saying those words, Lisa looked at the floor and saw how blood was beginning to come out from under the door where she had locked the old woman's body. To prevent her daughter-in-law from looking there and not raising suspicions, she asked her to excuse her, since she had to go to the psychiatric center to get her medication, and with that excuse, she accompanied her to the exit. Lisa had to get out of that house before someone missed the old woman. So she waited just enough time for Emily to get to work, and she went to her son and daughter-in-law's house to hide in the attic again. When Emily finished at work, she decided to return home to where Lisa was living to apologize. That lady had changed, and she hadn't been fair. But when she passed by, she saw a police car stopped in front of the house. She approached them and asked one of the officers what had happened, since her mother-in-law was there. Then the police officer asked her if she was a direct relative of the deceased. Deceased? Oh God, I saw her a few hours ago. The agents told her that she had to present a statement to reconstruct the events and ask her to accompany them to the ambulance to identify the body. Emily, with tears in her eyes, agreed. But her face was tinged with terror when they opened the zipper of the cloth that covered the corpse, and she saw that the woman didn't know her. Grandma had tricked her again. She told everything that happened to the police and told them that their family was in danger. Lisa had been the murderer of her daughter's boyfriend. She was sure. The police accompanied her home to check if the family was okay. Seeing that his wife came in with agents, Mark nervously asked them what had happened to her. Emily told him everything she had discovered and asked her husband where their daughter was. He replied that she was studying in a room. The mother went there to hug her and discovered that the room was completely disordered, as if someone had hid everything. And the worst thing, her daughter was not there. Emily began to scream and cry desperately, when suddenly Mark put a finger to her lips and asked his wife to listen. Immediately, everyone looked at the ceiling, and without wasting time, they opened the access to go up to the attic. There was the grandmother, who was holding her granddaughter by the hair and holding a knife to her neck. "Don't do it, Lisa. If you love Holly, do not do it," Emily cried and pleaded. The grandmother asked everyone to leave there if they didn't want something bad to happen. Mark, determined and confident that his mother would never hurt Holly because she was the only person she loved, lay on top of his mother and took the knife from her. In this struggle, the man ended up wounded in the abdomen and his daughter ran into her mother's arms. The grandmother, out of her mind, threatened the police officers with stabbing Mark with the knife more times if they didn't let her go. And everyone knew that she would have no mercy with her son and would keep her word. Emily yelled at the officers to let her go. She couldn't allow her mother-in-law to end her husband's life, and they did it like that. Once again, the murderous grandmother had escaped without being convicted of her crimes. But could it have been the last?
A 3-story hotel. It was never full, but never empty. Its rooms were not luxurious, and it did not have the best location. In fact, it was right next to a national highway. That was good for business travelers, but terrible for leisure travelers. They kept hearing cars passing by all night long. I chose it for the food. That was the only thing that stood out about the place. All the Google reviews agreed that they offered homemade food at a very affordable price. And to tell the truth, I was also attracted to the price. It wasn't too expensive for being next to the city. I needed to spend a few days in the area because I was writing my new book and I wanted to go to different places, to get out of my comfort zone so the ideas would come to me. It usually worked for me, but I had been sleeping badly for months, so I wasn't sure it would this time. I caught a plane and then a cab. There was no other way to get to the hotel. It was clear that it was geared to clients arriving by road. Otherwise, it was impossible to stay there. As soon as I got out of the cab, I was surprised at how beautiful the exterior facade was. It was spotless and lacked no detail. There were flowers adorning every corner, and the windows were spotlessly clean. I didn't expect that. I thought I would find a typical roadside bar, useful but improvable. I went in happy for what I had found outside and went to the reception. There was a young woman there who, according to my calculations, was not much older than 18. She was perfectly uniformed and at first spoke to me in perfect English. I told her I was from Spain, and she quickly switched languages, apologizing. After recording my details, she escorted me to my room. I was quite surprised with what I was seeing. I didn't understand why people didn't leave better reviews for that place, because apparently it was very good. That made me curious. It was clear that I was missing something. I went up to my room and decided to rest for a while. The trip had been long, and I needed to clear my mind to write. It was still noon, so I had time to get to know the place. I tried not to let too much light through the window and lay down on the bed. I really shouldn't have been aware of how tired I was. I woke up at 8 o'clock in the evening. It was already dark outside and I was very hungry. I was actually quite groggy. Sleeping so many hours during the day was rare for me, but I took a shower and ran downstairs to the dining room. To my surprise, there was no one there. I was all alone in a huge room with stone walls. The same receptionist who had served me in the morning brought me a small laminated sheet where I could read the menu. I wanted to try everything, but I was going to stay 2 weeks, and I didn't want to bore the food. So I opted for the pasta carbonara. I was so hungry that I needed something hearty, something that would satisfy me. And the truth is that it did. It was a very generous portion, and it was absolutely delicious. Maybe it was because of hunger, but at that moment I thought it was the best pasta I had ever eaten in my life. I was offered dessert, but I'm not much of a sweet tooth, so I declined. I simply ordered a tea and just sat there watching. I was again surprised that no one else came into the dining room. It was dinner time, and I knew there were more guests. The receptionist came back from time to time to ask me if I needed anything. I saw absolutely no one. I decided to go out to the back garden. I would take advantage of the fact that it was still early to read. There were more people there. Everyone was engrossed in their books, cell phone or headphones, so I didn't exchange a single word with them. But I did notice that when I saw myself leaving the dining room, they all looked at me. I thought it was simply because I was new. I immersed myself in my reading and lost track of time. 2 hours later, the lights went out in the garden. I understood that it was time for each guest to go to their room, so without thinking too much, I took the elevator to the 3rd floor. Through the corridors, I saw quite a few people, and that reminded me again that the dining room was empty. I made my own mental note to check the prices of the food, so I wouldn't spend my paycheck just to eat. I brushed my teeth and got into bed, but after sleeping all afternoon, I knew I wasn't going to fall asleep that quickly. I grabbed my book again and plunged back into the world of the main character, Sarah. I stayed like that until I heard some strange noises in the next room. They were quite loud thumps, as if they were throwing furniture on the floor. I thought it was a couple having a heated argument, only to make up later. But suddenly I heard the door open, and the noises stopped. There were footsteps in the hallway and nothing else. How I missed having a peephole in the door. Around 4 a.m. I fell asleep. The next day, the dining room looked like something else. There were 8 of us guests, and everyone was having breakfast happily. 2 of them came up to me. "Hi, how are you? Are you new?" I told them yes, and they told me they had also just arrived. Luis had separated from his wife and needed a few days away from everything. He didn't have money to pay for a spiritual retreat, but since the hotel had a garden and a forest in the back, it suited him. Mario, on the other hand, was a publicist and was on his way from one congress to another. He was going to work from there. We spent a long time chatting about our things, and then I went to my room to write. The creative life, although it may not seem like it, also needs a schedule. We agreed to meet at lunchtime, and that made me quite happy. It's always good to eat together. The morning flew by. I decided on several important points in my new novel. I usually write mystery prose, but to tell the truth, maintaining that thread of tension is very complicated, so sometimes I need moments of disconnection. At the appointed time, I went down to the dining room. My 2 new friends were waiting for me at the table. There was only one other person there. After greeting them, I told them that I was surprised that there were so few people in the dining room when the food was so good. Mario said that the night before, he had seen a man eating a sandwich in the hallway. The 3 of us agreed that maybe they couldn't afford that much. Still, I kept thinking. The receptionist, who was as spotless as the first day, left us the menu and added that there were several dishes with the house specialty, mushrooms. I had no idea that was the specialty, but I hated them with all my might. My parents used to give them to me when I was little, until they discovered that they were bad for me, and I was able to get rid of them. I ordered a salad and a veal steak. Mario had rice with seafood, and Louise went for the mushrooms. He said they were delicious, but just looking at them made me sick. Before we left, the receptionist came back to our table. She asked Louise which room he was in. Apparently, there were some glitches in his registration. The afternoon passed normally. After writing for a couple of hours, I met the guys for a walk around. Louise was feeling a bit under the weather. He said the nap had left him groggy, but he was still encouraged to walk around in the fresh air for a while. We wandered into the woods out back and discovered a large greenhouse. We wanted to look around to see what they were planting, but it was hermetically sealed on all sides. We only saw a couple of workers, but when we greeted them, they didn't even answer us. They lowered their heads and continued on their way. We laughed at their sassiness and kept walking. The surroundings were truly beautiful. There were trees of all species and lots of vegetation. We also saw a kind of shed. It was locked with padlocks and the windows had bars on them. In addition, a little before the entrance, there was a sign prohibiting anyone outside the company from entering. What company? I asked myself. As a writer, all these mysterious things aroused in me a great curiosity. But I didn't say anything. I didn't want my new friends to think I was crazy. I shut my mouth and we continued walking. Louise was already feeling much better. The walk had been great for him. We returned just in time for dinner. We entered the dining room, but not before crossing paths with a couple of people who looked at us strangely. Now it wasn't just me who was surprised. My colleagues commented on it as well. People were surprised that we were using the hotel dining room so much. What was the point of that? We sat down, and again the receptionist brought us the menu. To tell the truth, I already knew it by heart. She insisted that we could sit separately if we wanted, but all 3 of us agreed that we preferred to eat together. Louise was offered a sautéed mushroom dish and asked us if we would like to try it this time. Mario said yes, but he wanted a tiny portion just to taste them. I continued with my disgust for those plants and asked for a fish soup. This time the receptionist wanted to check Mario's room. I fell asleep very early that night. I was awakened by a loud knock on the door at about 2 in the morning. It was Louise, who felt sick and wanted to know if I had any medicine for my stomach. He looked terrible, but I didn't have any. I rarely got sick, and when I did, it was usually a sore throat. He told me he would try to find someone around the hotel, and I offered to go get help instead. When I came downstairs, the receptionist was in her chair. This girl ever sleep? I went over, giving her a good scare, and told her what was going on. She told me that they had a doctor on staff and would send him to Louise's room right away. I was very surprised that they had a doctor on staff. Not even in the big resorts did they have one. I went upstairs and told Louise that the doctor would be right there. I went back to my room and immediately fell asleep. That night I had nightmares about the greenhouse we'd seen in the afternoon. I woke up with a strange feeling. I usually have good instincts, and they didn't fail me that day either. I went down to breakfast very early. Mario was there, as always eager to have his first coffee of the day. We waited a long time for Louise to come down, but he didn't show up. I was quite worried, so I asked the receptionist if she knew anything. She told me that Louise was resting, as the doctor had recommended. It made perfect sense, so I went on with my day. The mornings were being quite productive in that place. I was making good progress on my novel, but that day, I was distracted. I couldn't stop thinking about the mysteriousness of the place. I told Mario that I preferred to walk alone that afternoon, that I needed to find inspiration for one of my chapters. We arranged to meet for dinner, and I left just before lunch. I wasn't hungry, so I thought I'd go to a supermarket and have a snack. After shopping, I went back to the back of the hotel. Everything was the same as the last time we walked there. There was no way to see what they were planting, not even a small hole in the tarp. I passed a worker who again looked away from me, but this time I insisted. "Excuse me, do you know what they plant here?" He turned and said, "You wouldn't want to know," and went on his way. His face was totally haggard, pale, and with a lot of dark circles under his eyes. I then approached the shed and accessed the back. I tried to see through the window what was inside, but I could see only black tarpaulins. They were covering some piles of dirt. Nothing looked suspicious. I decided to leave and come back at night. There were things that didn't add up, and after what the operator had told me, I needed answers. When I came back, I met Mario at the entrance. He had heard strange noises in Louise's room. That's why he had knocked on the door, but no one opened it. Later, he saw the cleaners enter his room, which now had the door wide open. No one was there. Louise would not have left without saying goodbye, so I quickly went down to reception. The young lady very kindly told me that indeed the guest in 302 had gone home to recuperate fully. She asked him to give us his regards just like that. That sounded very strange to me. And to top it off, now it was Mario who was unwell. I asked him what he had eaten, and he told me ravioli stuffed with mushrooms. Then it all made sense to me. Maybe they were using the wrong mushrooms. But were they doing it on purpose? If they were causing indigestion among the guests, surely they had already thought about it. I still had several days left, so I would keep an eye on things. In any case, I told Mario not to eat any more mushrooms. He answered, "What are you talking about, man? They're delicious." That night, as I had planned, I went back down. I grabbed my Swiss Army knife and went first to the greenhouse. I was convinced to cut the tarp to see what was hidden inside, but something caught my eye. 2 workers were wheeling a wheelbarrow toward the shed. They opened the door and went inside. I didn't know whether to follow them or to go ahead with my plan, and in the end, I opted for the second option. I thought that if they were distracted there, they would not notice my presence. I managed to gain access to the greenhouse, and then I could read a label. Amanitas phalloides. What was that? I had no idea, but I wrote it down in my notebook and ran out of there. I hid under some bushes and waited to see if the workers would come out, but nothing. There was light in there, and for the 2 hours I was hiding, nobody came out of the shed. What could they be doing for so long? The situation became an obsession. My instinct told me that something strange was going on, but there was little else I could do at that moment, so I went back to my room. I turned on the computer and Googled Amanitas phalloides. And then I understood everything. It's a very poisonous mushroom species, although similar in appearance to other edible mushrooms. They were poisoning people. I couldn't wait and ran to Mario's room. I knocked on the door several times. but no one would open it. I was completely desperate. I didn't want anything bad to happen to him. So I decided to go down to the kitchen. I was lucky that the receptionist was not in her place, so I got through without any problems. The kitchen was also deserted, and I didn't find anything strange. What could I do with that information? Should I call the police? I decided to wait for the next day and talk to Mario. But the next day, Mario did not show up. Again, the receptionist told me that he had left because he was indisposed. I thought that was absurd, so I ran off in the direction of the shed. The receptionist kept shouting my name and asking me to stop, but I didn't. I reached the entrance, and just then 2 workers were coming out. I pushed them away and lifted one of the tarpaulins. I couldn't believe it. They were Louise and Mario. They were dead and piled up next to other bodies. The receptionist was following me closely, and when she saw me inside, she took a gun out of her pocket. But just at that moment, a police patrol arrived and saved me. One of the operators, seeing what was about to happen, had reported what had happened. He could not carry more dead bodies. Upon inspecting the area, they found the famous hotel cook. She was an old lady, hairless and with many kilos. At the time of the arrest, she was in the greenhouse, fertilizing her mushrooms with human body parts. After many investigations, they concluded that the people in charge of that organization were experimenting with different amounts of poisonous fungus to see how far the bodies would resist. Once they died, they performed a thorough autopsy. In this way, they were creating an even more poisonous fungus, more and more lethal. I didn't finish my novel, but I decided that this story deserved to be told, because I could never think of anything more terrifying than my vacation in a roadside hotel.
Lisa, a loving and devoted mother, had let her 2 young children, Mark and Elena, ages 5 and 7, play near the pool while she prepared food. She heard the laughter of the little ones from the window, running from one side to the other. However, suddenly, the happiness disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Elena fell into the water, the glow of her smile soon turning into a silent scream of despair. Mark, in panic, screamed at the top of his lungs for his mother to help. However, the seconds ticked by, and when Lisa finally heard her son's heartbreaking cries, it was too late. The years passed with an unbearable weight, and the tragedy that had devastated the family left invisible scars. Mark, now a man, had become a loving husband and attentive father to his wife and young daughter. His mother, on the other hand, spent years locked up in a psychiatric center, immersed in the darkness of her own mind after losing her daughter in the pool. However, time and therapy seemed to have healed her wounds enough for doctors to consider her recovered and grant her the freedom to rebuild her life. Determined to forge a new future, she headed towards the city where her son lived. Although that obsession that consumed her didn't take long to manifest itself. From the shadows, Lisa began stalking Mark and his family. Stealthily, she watched every step they took, every smile and every tear of their daughter, eager to find a place in their lives. It was then that Lisa discovered that Emily, Mark's wife, trusted a nanny to help them take care of the little girl when they worked. The occasion was perfect. The nanny had already arranged to take care of the girl the next day. Lisa knew what she had to do. Without warning, she showed up at the door of the babysitter's house. The young woman opened the door and heard her words, but she felt confused. Emily hadn't mentioned anything about a grandmother. Before she could even react, a brutal blow to the head left her dazed and she fell to the ground. The grandmother mercilessly proceeded to suffocate the young woman with a cushion from the couch. Blow after blow, the nanny's life faded away. The grandmother, victorious, stood up and grabbed the deceased mobile phone. She wrote a text message to Emily, telling her that she wouldn't be able to care for the child for several weeks due to other commitments. Satisfied with her act, she left the house and headed towards the next point, her own son's house. Mark, with an expression of surprise and discomfort, came face to face with his mother at the door. It was a meeting he had imagined many times in his mind, but had never fully prepared for. His voice breaking, he asked Lisa what had brought her there. With a strained but hopeful smile, she responded, "Honey, I have finally been freed, and I'm looking forward to seeing you and meeting my precious granddaughter." Reluctantly, he led his mother into the house. His little daughter, Holly, oblivious to the tensions between her father and grandmother, jumped for joy upon meeting a new part of the family. Excitement filled the room as the girl hugged her, delighted to have a grandmother she had not had the chance to meet before. Emily, also willing to give Lisa a chance, expressed her joy at meeting her mother-in-law. However, Mark's discomfort persisted. His mother's arrival brought with it a flood of painful memories. While everyone was settling in, Emily read the babysitter's message on her cell phone announcing her absence. The parents were worried about how they would organize that time, as there was no one else available to care for their daughter while they were at work. Lisa, with a smile, offered them a solution. She explained that although she had rented a new house, the move wasn't yet complete and she planned to stay in a hotel. The girl, excited to have her grandmother by her side, asked that she stay home with them. Emily supported the idea, and despite his discomfort, Mark ended up giving in to his family's pleas. After everyone retired to their rooms, the father spoke privately with his wife. He confessed the deep discomfort he felt with his mother at home. He remembered how their relationship had ended badly after that fateful day at the pool. Lisa had blamed him her entire life for Lena's death, even though he was just a child at the time and couldn't have done anything. He had spent years in therapy with psychologists and psychiatrists to overcome the feeling of guilt that his mother had created in him. Emily assured him that everything would be fine. If they had let his mother out of the center, it was because she had left all those problems behind. Meanwhile, in the room that had been prepared for her, the grandmother carefully took a photo of Elena out of the suitcase, her deceased daughter. She looked at the picture and spoke to the frame with a trembling voice. "We will finally be together again, my dear daughter." The next morning, the smell of freshly brewed coffee wafted from the kitchen. Grandma, determined to play her role as a matriarch, got up early to prepare everyone's breakfast. However, there was a surprise guest, Emily's best friend Sarah, that she would also have breakfast with the family in the garden. While the lady was trying to balance a tray full of coffee cups, Sarah accidentally tripped over the grandmother, causing her to spill some of the contents. Lisa's response was cold and abrupt, promising that she would make more coffee. Sarah, bewildered and hurt by the disproportionate response, returned to the others who were waiting for her in the garden. However, the look of hatred that the grandmother gave her didn't go unnoticed. In the afternoon, the parents had commitments that forced them to go out, leaving Holly and a little friend playing at home under the care of grandmother. While the lady was watching the two girls having fun, she saw that they were getting too close to the edge of the pool and she felt a chill. With hysterical screams, she called from the window to Holly to get away from the water, but the girl, excited by the game, ignored her order. Then the grandmother came out of the kitchen with the knife she was using to prepare the snack in her hand and approached Holly's little friend threateningly, accusing her of being a bad influence on her granddaughter. The tension in the air became greater as the grandmother pronounced the name of her deceased daughter, Elena, to call her granddaughter. Holly's little friend began to cry, terrified by the situation, while the grandmother continued advancing with the knife in her hand. It was then that Sarah, the family friend, entered the garden and witnessed the chilling situation. The grandmother, totally out of her mind, yelling at two little girls and with a knife in her hand. The first thing that crossed her mind was to take her cell phone out of her pocket and record the scene. The grandmother realized that she was being watched by Sarah, and with a twist in her expression, she abandoned her attack gesture and ran away. That same night, Sarah was transferring video from her phones to the computer at home when she heard a noise coming from the door. Cautiously, she approached, and the grandmother, stealthy as a shadow, was there. She had followed her home. She demanded that she delete the video and swear that she would never reveal what she had seen. But Sarah, brave and determined, refused. In a terrifying twist, the grandmother pulled out a knife and stabbed her into her body, letting her fall to the ground. Without showing even an ounce of remorse, the grandmother walked away from the crime scene, leaving the woman on the ground seriously injured as she walked away with a satisfied smile on her face. The police eventually discovered the bodies of the babysitter and Sarah, and the sadness Emily felt was unimaginable. The days passed slowly, full of pain, and with her grandmother supporting them in one of the darkest moments of their lives. In her mind, there was no reason to suspect this lady, whose support and caring for little Holly was becoming more and more crucial. However, Grandma's help began to take a turn. She started buying new clothes for her granddaughter, but they weren't the modern and current clothes that the girl preferred. On the other hand, Grandmother chose outdated clothes, fashion styles from more than 30 years ago. The mother was surprised to see her daughter dressed strangely and told her that it wasn't necessary to buy her new clothes. However, the grandmother insisted that she would be prettier this way. Without realizing it, she was turning Holly into her deceased daughter. On the other hand, the grandmother began to hide the girl's favorite stuffed animals, causing her distress. Instead of her usual toys, she gave her old, half-broken rag dolls, the same ones that had belonged to Elena. Holly showed no interest, but her grandmother insisted that she play with them. Little by little, the lady began to supplant the mother in many of her daily tasks. She would get up early and take the girl to school without prior notice, leaving the mother disoriented and worried. On other occasions, she would promise to take Holly to events, such as birthdays, without consulting her parents, and then show up instead, explaining that the mother couldn't take the girl for some reason. All of these situations brought the mother to a breaking point. Feeling that the grandmother was crossing unacceptable limits, she decided to talk to her husband and tell him everything that was happening. With concern in her voice, she shared her fears and frustrations with him, hoping that together they could resolve the situation. The husband, upon hearing the series of events that had unfolded since his mother's arrival, promised to solve the problem the next day. He decided it was time to talk to her and ask her to leave their house. The next day, with the girl at school and the mother at work, only the father and grandmother were left at home. Mark, determined to restore balance to his home, approached his mother and expressed that they needed to reclaim their space. He suggested that she return home and that everyone maintain their usual routines. However, the mother's reaction was totally unexpected. Grandma showed her true colors, releasing a wave of anger and resentment pent upon years. She began to blame her son, reminding him over and over that he had been to blame for the tragedy at the pool, which had taken her daughter from her. Mark, stunned and dismayed, asked her to stop blaming him and shouted at her that her behavior was unacceptable. But her mother became increasingly aggressive, insisting that she would now get back to the daughter he had taken from her. The situation became uncontrollable, and the woman pushed Mark, who fell rolling down the stairs of the house, remaining unconscious. The grandma picked Holly up from school before dismissal and took her to her old house, where she had lived with her children years before. At that moment, Emily received a call from a doctor informing her that her husband was admitted in serious condition. Without wasting time, she decided to go to school first to pick up her daughter and then go to the hospital together. However, at school, she was informed that Holly was no longer there, that she had been picked up by her grandmother. Emily tried to call Grandma, but she didn't answer. With her heart pounding with anguish and fear, Emily felt that time was running out and rushed to the hospital to see her husband. When she got to the room, her husband woke up and revealed that his mother had pushed him down the stairs and that she was still mentally unbalanced. He warned her that their daughter was in danger. Emily ran out of the hospital room, determined to find Holly at all costs. After a series of unsuccessful searches, she came to the conclusion that the grandmother might have taken her to the house where her husband had grown up. With her heart in her fist, she headed towards that place, praying that her daughter was safe. Meanwhile, at Grandma's house, Holly was trapped in a nightmare. Desperate, she begged the woman to let her go with her mother. However, she responded by calling her Elena, insisting that she was her mother. She took her to the room that had belonged to her daughter, a place that was frozen in time. The walls were adorned with paintings of Elena, her dolls were arranged on the shelf, and her clothes hung in the closet. The grandmother forced her to dress in her deceased daughter's dresses and behave as if she were her. Holly desperately needed her mother. In a moment of hope, she saw Emily crouching by the window. She gestured for her to stay quiet and then slipped through the window into the house. While Grandma's back was turned, busy in the kitchen, Emily took the opportunity to grab her daughter and take her away. However, as soon as the grandmother realized it, she launched after them. Mother and daughter ran down the hallway, trying to escape from the woman who was chasing them with a knife in her hand. Finally, Emily managed to lock herself and her daughter in one of the rooms, while the grandmother screamed and threatened them on the other side of the door. That room had no windows, and it seemed like there was no escape. Then Emily told her daughter to hide in the closet, promising that she would save her and bring her back home. Determinedly, she left the room in a desperate attempt to confront Grandma. When she came face to face with the woman, they began to struggle, fighting with all their might. In the midst of the tense fight, the grandmother stabbed her in the arm with a knife, almost ending her life. But in a stroke of luck, Emily managed to knock the gun out of her hand and stabbed it into her leg, causing the woman to fall to the ground. Taking advantage of that moment, Emily grabbed her daughter and ran out of the house, escaping the nightmare she had experienced. The grandmother was again locked up in the psychiatric center, as her dangerous obsession with their late daughter continued. Mark recovered from his injuries and was finally able to return home to Emily and Holly. Together, they began to rebuild their lives, taking advantage of every moment they had enjoyed as a family. However, everyone knew that the grandmother was cunning, and that sooner or later she would fool the doctors at the center and obtain her release again. Emily and Mark knew that as soon as she was released, she would try again to recover Holly, who had been the main object of her unhealthy obsession. They couldn't allow themselves to let their guard down, as they were all aware that the threat was still lurking. As you know, many people love the paranormal. Just like us, they enjoy the mystery and dread which surrounds such unexplained events. And that's true for Lucas, today's protagonist. It was his parents who instilled in him his interest in the paranormal. Since he was little, they would read him horror stories before bed, and instead of getting scared, he loved it whenever it was time for more spooky stories. They would also go visit desolate forests and other gloomy places. It was something so natural to him that he never stopped to think that any of that could have any consequences. When he became an adult, his interest towards the paranormal came and went. He would spend some periods of time reading lots of books about it or watching horror shows, and in some other periods, he would just forget about all that. He got a job as an accountant, and although he didn't particularly love it, it allowed him to have a good life, and he was able to buy his very own apartment. He decorated it little by little until he finally settled in. He then became a fan of a TV show where many explorers would scour scary places looking for spirits. His favorite part was the phenomenon of the electric voice, when the explorers would record themselves asking questions out loud in an empty room. Then, when listening to those recordings, they would hear voices which were not perceived at the moment, those allegedly being the answers from the spirits. And it was precisely watching one of those shows that made Lucas have the idea of buying a digital recorder. Absorbed in his daily routine, he forgot about it until the delivery guy knocked on his door with his new purchase. He tried it out that very same night. After reading everything about how to carry out the ritual, he stayed up until very late asking questions out loud. When the first sun rays started to appear, he decided to finally go to sleep. When he woke up, the first thing he did was listen to the recording. He had seen many shows like that, and he thought that many of them were edited out, so he listened with few hopes of finding anything interesting. However, without realizing it, Lucas had left the device recording while he slept. When he realized it, he thought it was funny that the recording would be mostly him snoring. However, he found in the recording more than he expected. He rewinded until reaching a random point and started to listen. For the first 30 seconds, he didn't hear anything, but then he heard the sound of the blankets moving. He turned up the volume and also heard a voice. After listening many times, he finally deciphered what the voice said. "I see you." He was shocked and his head was spinning. He thought that maybe he was talking in his sleep, but the voice didn't seem to be his. He kept listening for hours and could discern 4 more phrases. "He's there. Watch him. I see you. You cannot escape." He threw the recorder over the bed, feeling very scared. What the hell did he just hear? It didn't make any sense. He needed to check again and see if the same voice would still be there that night. So he went to sleep early and left the device recording again. He woke up at 2 in the morning with an overwhelming feeling of being in danger. He asked out loud, "Is there anyone with me here?" He got no answer, and although it was hard for him, he tried to go to sleep once again. He checked the recording in the morning, and what he heard first really scared him. It was the sound of his door opening. He was sure he had locked it down, but he was also sure it was the sound of his door being opened by someone. After that, he heard the first voice. "He's there." The next one was even worse. He could clearly hear it saying, "Kill him now." And that's when he woke up, asking if there was anyone in the room. And the worst thing is that this time he did receive a response which said, 50 of us are here. At that point, Lucas was completely horrified. The next week, he put his apartment on sale and moved out. Since then, Lucas feels that he's been constantly watched, and it's very hard for him to fall asleep at night. His advice is that you should never record yourself while you sleep. Alfred and Holly were at the police station when their boss left 2 big boxes on their desk. There, they would find the documentation to solve a new case. The detective opened the boxes and looked inside. One box had a lot of documents as well as a journal. The other one was filled with DVDs, photos, and other pieces of evidence which were already taken to the lab and came with their corresponding results. Among the samples were what seemed to be strands of hair, as well as chunks of human skin and flesh. Alfred immediately knew he would be working on one of the most gruesome cases of that year. It was already late, so he decided to take the boxes home and check out their contents more calmly. He said goodbye to Holly and got in his car. When he arrived home, he left the boxes at the entrance and went directly to take a shower. It had been a pretty busy day, and Alfred needed to clear his mind before checking out all the items in the boxes. After showering and having dinner, he emptied the contents of the boxes on his living room table. He saw photographs of different crime scenes and noticed it wasn't a single murder, but 5. He organized the photos by date and saw that all of the bodies had something in common. It's as if someone had tried to eat them. It was very likely they were dealing with a real-life cannibal. Alfred started to gag and couldn't avoid rushing to the bathroom to throw up. Despite being one of the most experienced detectives in the area, those pictures really impacted him. But he had no choice. People were still being murdered, and that specific case had been assigned to him. He grabbed one of the photographs and started to examine it. It was a 35-year-old woman. He could only know that thanks to the info card next to the photo, since all that was left of her was a completely mutilated body. Chunks of flesh had been torn out from her and were spread all over her bed. The bed sheets were soaked in blood. Her chest was destroyed, her ribs broken, and her heart had been removed. Her eyes were torn out as well, and some of her fingers were missing. Alfred could barely stand looking at those photos without throwing up again. He decided to put them aside and started reading the journal found at the house of that very victim. In that journal, the woman wrote something on the last page. "I'm still very scared. I don't know how much longer I can endure this. I know that something is observing me. He opens the doors and windows while I'm asleep. I have no peace. I can't stand this anymore. I can't even eat. I went to the police to report him, but they ignored me. They treated me like I'm crazy when all I want is for him to leave me alone." The pages of the journal were blood-stained, as if the victim had been killed right when she was writing. They found the book near her bed next to her corpse. Alfred then read the previous entries in the journal, and all of them talked about the killer. Her words were filled with fear and anxiety. The victim had been tormented for several days. Alfred read the journal from the newest to the oldest entry until he reached the first day when the young woman noticed something strange was happening in her house. "My window is still opening on its own at night. It's so strange. I close it perfectly when I go to sleep, but when I wake up, it's open again. It might be just an animal though. Maybe it's a squirrel that climbs up the tree outside my house. Tonight, I'll leave a camera filming my window, and then I'll try to catch that squirrel." After those words, the next pages in the journal started getting filled with fear and panic. After a film in her window that night, the lady was horrified. Who or what did she see? And why didn't anybody help her? Alfred was especially shocked by that case, so he decided it was best to just go to bed for the time being. His head was saturated and he wasn't thinking clearly. He would check out all the items the next morning with his co-worker. The next day, Alfred arrived early at the office, but Holly was already there, waiting for him. Alfred turned on the thermostat and prepared 2 coffees. She asked him about the case. He sighed quietly and opened the boxes to take out the photos of the murders. Holly closed her eyes for a few seconds and gulped. She wondered how anybody could do something so atrocious. Alfred then started to reread the journal entries. First, the day the window started to open on its own, and then next day's entry where she started to panic. His first hypothesis was that a former romantic partner was tormenting her, that he was watching her every night and was breaking into her house. What didn't make sense is how could there be 4 more victims as well? Throughout the day, they kept on reading the documents and checking the images. All of them were so grotesque that they could barely look at them. After checking the samples picked up from the crime scenes, they remembered that they hadn't checked the contents of the DVDs yet. It was pretty late, so Alfred proposed that he would watch them that night and would bring a report for Holly the next day. When Alfred got home, he put on the DVDs in his DVD player to watch it on his TV and sat on his sofa. He was surprised to see that it contained the videos filmed by the same woman with the journal. At first, nothing was happening. All he could see was her shadow on her bed, writing on a notebook that was probably the journal now in his possession. She then got into her bed sheets and fell asleep. The detective sped up the playback of the first hours of the video and stopped when he noticed a different movement. It looked as if someone was climbing the tree next to the window. All he could see was a dark, immobile silhouette on a tree branch. Alfred needed to see that shadow more closely. He ejected the DVD out of his DVD player and put it in his computer's DVD drive. There, he had a specialized software to better analyze those kinds of images. He zoomed into the figure but couldn't distinguish it clearly, but it seemed to be a man. The figure stayed on a tree branch for hours, observing the young lady's room until it was almost dawn. And in that moment, the figure jumped from the tree, making noise and waking up the victim. The detective looked down for a few minutes, pondering, until his stomach reminded him that he hadn't eaten anything the entire day. Thus, he decided to take a break to make dinner. Alfred prepared a couple of steaks with potatoes, and with his stomach full, he went back to the computer and was startled to see that his window was open. He didn't remember opening it. Tried to ignore it, but after watching the victim's video, he started to get nervous. Alfred started to believe that the murderer found out that he had that video footage and that the killer was now coming to get him. His mind started racing with those thoughts, making him feel more and more paranoid. However, he tried to remain calm, closed the window, and kept watching the DVDs. The video of the second night started in the same way. However, the victim placed a candle next to the window, likely to better distinguish who was there, although it wasn't very effective. The lady started writing in her journal again, and when she finished, she left it on her nightstand. She then got into her bed sheets and fell asleep. After a few hours of filming, the murderer appeared at the window again. In that moment, Alfred thought he heard a voice, so he turned up the volume of his headphones to the max and confirmed that the sound was coming from the shadowy man. The man seemed to be muttering something, but Alfred couldn't distinguish what it was. He rechecked the victim's report to see if anyone had identified that voice. However, he found another document that caught his attention even more. The arrest of the young woman's cousin the night of her murder for being the prime suspect. Agents indicated that he called the police pleading for help, declaring that he couldn't get into the lady's room. However, when the police arrived, they found him in her bedroom next to her corpse. During the interrogation, the cousin said that the young woman told him that someone was watching her at night. in that she asked the police for help, but that they didn't send anyone to patrol her house. And so the cousin decided to spend the night with her. However, on the night of the murder, when he heard the screams of his cousin, something was blocking the door and he couldn't save her. It was only when the murder had taken place that the door got unblocked and he could get in. But it was too late. For the very first moment, the cousin was considered the prime suspect since they found him on his knees next to the young lady's corpse. After checking the video footage, he was actually released, but his behavior completely changed. He was diagnosed with severe mental damage, refused to cooperate with the rest of the investigation, and was interned into a psychiatric hospital. And just a few days later, he became the second victim of that murder. Alfred checked the photos of the next crime, and in them he could see the cousin completely quartered. The killer had followed the same patterns: chunks of flesh torn out, no heart, no eyes. It was very likely that all of the victims were connected. It could be that during each murder there was a witness and the killer wanted to end everyone who could report him. However, it was too soon to jump into conclusions. He started checking the third DVD. The video started with a young lady making sure her window was well closed and leaving another lit candle there. Soon after, her cousin came into the room and gave her a hug. He told her that he would sleep in the next room and asked her to scream if she saw anybody at her window. The young woman then got into bed, looked towards the window, and wrote on her journal for the last time. The detective sped up the playback to reach the moment when the murderer appeared. He kept watching the video, but nothing was happening, until he soon noticed something different and paused the video. Alfred was shaken and his hands were sweating. He was about to witness a horrible scene. The window slowly opened and the shadowy figure got in. He went to the door and blocked it with something. Then he went towards the victim's bed, dragging his feet. He looked at the camera for a few seconds, but the room was way too dark to distinguish his face well. Then the figure slowly leaned towards the lady and muttered something in a quiet but threatening voice. Alfred couldn't understand him. He raised her hair, smelling it thoroughly. That's when she woke up and started screaming. After a few seconds, Alfred could hear how somebody was hitting the door from outside. It was the lady's cousin who was trying to open it to help her. The killer then plunged onto the poor woman to rip her apart. He tore out many chunks of her skin and threw them around the room. He started laughing louder and louder while his victim perished under him. Soon enough, the young woman couldn't struggle any longer. The killer then tore out her heart from her chest and ate it. When he finished, he started eating more of her flesh. He tore out her eyes and chewed on them as if they were gummies. And lastly, he tore out many of her fingers. During all that time, the cousin outside the room wouldn't stop hitting the door and yelling for help. When the shadowy killer finished eating, he then walked towards the camera. His face still couldn't be distinguished well due to the darkness. He spit what seemed to be blood and started cackling in pleasure. He blew the candle the lady had left there, removed whatever was blocking the door, and jumped out the window. Alfred was facing one of the most disturbing cases of his career. That criminal had managed to make him nervous. He decided to go to bed and try to get some rest, although it wasn't going to be easy to sleep without having nightmares about those images. The next day, he woke up with a bad headache and pressure in his chest. But despite the lack of sleep and discomfort, he got dressed and drove to the police station. He knew he had a long, hard day of work. When he arrived, Holly was waiting for him at her desk, with a worried expression that didn't go unnoticed by the man. "Good morning, Alfred. I see you with a bad face." He sighed and sat in his chair, placing the DVD cases he had brought home the day before. He told his partner that the images were much harsher than he had imagined. Seeing that criminal in full action, knowing that it was real, and that it wasn't a movie with actors and special effects, was heartbreaking. My legs were shaking as I watched him tear apart the pieces of that young woman's meat, as if it were a piece of beef on the plate. And from your face, I think you're not going to give me good news about this case. Holly shook her head and picked up a box of new clues in plastic bags from the floor. Then she gestured for her companion to take a look inside. As he did so, the man came across images and evidence that looked frighteningly familiar. It was a new crime by the same murderer. The photos of the remains of the deceased made his skin crawl. They had to find the person responsible as soon as possible. He spent the entire day looking for common links, reviewing the police list of criminals with criminal records with unknown whereabouts. He needed more data. When night came, he told his partner that he was taking the videos home again to review them. When he got home, he grabbed one of the DVDs and inserted it into the player with shaking hands. He carefully observed the first images that appeared on the screen again, writing down in a notebook all the elements that he found relevant. The half-open window, the shadow. When he reached the part where the murderer began his terrible act, tearing the body of the victim, he felt the impulse to stop the video, but he had to watch those images again. It was necessary to find that monster. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling anger and helplessness at the brutality of the crime. When the video came to an end, with the killer fleeing out the window after satisfying his hunger, Alfred stood frozen in front of the screen. He swallowed and realized he needed a moment to process all of this. He remained silent in horror, and suddenly he heard knocking in his house. Full of fear, he took his gun and walked slowly, looking for where the noise was coming from. He checked the kitchen, the bathroom, and finally, his bedroom. He gasped when he saw that the window was open. He perfectly remembered leaving it closed. He turned to grab his cell phone and call for backup. The murderer was waiting for him behind him. Alfred fired, but the creature seemed unfazed. That was not a human. The policeman began to scream desperately, but the murderer gagged him and threw him to the ground. Then he could hear him whisper,
I want you to stay alive, conscious, and not pass out. I want you to be with me while I taste you.
Then he began to tear off the skin from his chest with his bare hands. Alfred screamed with all his might while he felt that his body had become a new menu for that beast. Then he licked his fingers and then tore them off with his teeth. While the police officer felt like he was going to faint from the pain, the killer licked his lips, chewing the flesh off the torn-off fingers, leaving only the bone. He seemed to be eating chicken wings, one after another, leaving his fingers clean while the victim bled to death. Then he put his hand into his abdomen, and when he reached his heart, Alfred had already died. The creature took the heart to the kitchen and placed it on a plate. He grabbed a bottle of wine and sat on the couch to eat dinner while watching television. In the background, he could see the pool of blood from Alfred's corpse. The murderer looked at him and wiped the blood running from his mouth with a napkin. He poured some wine into a glass and, savoring it, he imagined his next banquet. Sarah had gotten a new job in a small town and was looking for a home. The young woman was evaluating several housing offers when a local man approached her.
Excuse me, miss, the man began. I hear you're looking for a house. I can't help but think of a property north of town, about a scant 10-minute walk from here. It's beautiful, and people have told me that the house is at an incredible price.
Sarah looked interested, but the man's expression turned grim as he continued.
However, the reason for its affordability is a tragedy that occurred there just 2 months ago. It belongs to a man known as Mr. Ming. 3 years ago, he lost his wife to illness. Since then, he fell into a deep depression while caring for his only son.
The villager's eyes clouded and his voice took on a deeper tone.
They say that misfortune broke out when Mr. Ming's son took a bracelet that had belonged to his deceased mother. The father found out and, upon returning home, locked his son in the bathroom and brutally hit his arm with a hammer, the same arm where he carried the jewel.
Sarah's gaze was filled with horror as she imagined such a scene. The villager's voice cracked as he continued to recount the dark details.
The only certainty we have is that Mr. Ming was arrested and confessed. to having murdered his son, burying him in a nearby mountain. However, everything happened in the dead of night, and he doesn't remember precisely the exact location. Despite an extensive search by authorities, the child's body was never found. The villagers' words left her uneasy, but also aroused her curiosity. The house, with its tragic history, exerted a strange attraction on her, like a mystery to be revealed. She decided to talk to the real estate agency to find out the price and see it. It had all the necessary points to choose it: good location, large, and a good price. So she didn't think about it anymore and decided to rent Mr. Ming's house. The days passed quietly for Sarah at her new job. The small village was friendly and welcoming, and her job was perfect. Her partner, Amanda, became her best friend, sharing laughter and conversation as they accomplished their tasks. One day, while they were finishing their day, Amanda invited her to spend the rest of the afternoon together at her apartment. They could watch a movie, chat, and even play some music. Although she warned her that her neighbors were quite picky about noise, they had to be careful and control the volume. Sarah smiled and suggested that they go to her house. There, they wouldn't have complaints about the noise. Her friend seemed uneasy, and her gaze became serious. She was a little afraid to enter that house after the rumors that were circulating in the town. But Sarah reassured her by playing it off. She assured her that these were just urban legends created to scare children. She had been installed for several days, and there was nothing strange about it. Amanda still seemed reluctant, but finally agreed at her friend's insistence. When they arrived, Sarah went into her room to change her clothes and noticed that there was a big draft inside. She remembered having meticulously closed each of the windows. Suddenly, the bathroom door in her room slammed shut, making the young woman jump in fright. With unsteady steps, she approached inside and took the opportunity to clean her face with cold water. When she turned off the tap, she heard strange and mysterious knocks, a click, click that resonated without being able to determine its origin. Furthermore, a nauseating smell began to fill the air, as if something was rotting. Sarah's senses were heightened by these strange phenomena. The draft of cold air, the disturbing slam on the door, and the mysterious sounds made her shiver uncontrollably. She returned to the living room where her friend was waiting for her and explained what had happened. Amanda nodded seriously and said, "That must be the boy's spirit. Makes sense, doesn't it? His father killed him in that bathroom." Sarah remained unconvinced by the stories about the ghost boy, but the uneasy feeling persisted. After a brief silence, she decided to ask her to stay the night with her that day. Amanda didn't love the idea, but seeing that her friend was scared, she finally agreed. Upon entering the room, Amanda immediately noticed the unusual cold and draft. Suddenly, the bathroom door slammed shut, causing the two young women to simultaneously scream. Alarmed, they headed to the bathroom, where the bad smell Sarah had mentioned was noticeable in the air. Although they didn't hear the mysterious noises, the heavy atmosphere and the stench of rot made it clear that something unusual was happening. They decided to spend the night in separate rooms. Sarah curled up in her bed while Amanda settled in the living room, away from the bathroom that had sparked her concern. The clock ticked slowly, and when the hands showed 4 a.m., Sarah woke up startled by the frigid air flowing under the bathroom door, even though it was firmly closed. Sarah covered herself with a blanket and got up. As she was about to touch the knob, a heartbreaking cry echoed from inside the room. She quickly headed to the living room where Amanda was resting. With her heart pounding, Sarah shared with her what had happened. She asked her friend to accompany her to the bathroom to listen to the cries that had filled the room. But Amanda resisted, regretting having given in to spending the night there. She remained firm in her belief that the boy's spirit had haunted the house since his father had killed him. She feared that angering the spirits would be a terrible thing, and she advised her to find another place to live and leave the little boy's soul in peace. However, Sarah explained the difficult economic situation she was in. She couldn't afford to look for another home. Amanda, fighting her fears and doubts, finally agreed.
They both left the living room and headed to the room where the inexplicable events had occurred. When they approached the bathroom door, they heard nothing. Only the cold wind that blew under the door. Amanda looked at Sarah, who claimed that she had heard a child's cries. She tried to console her by suggesting that perhaps it had been a nightmare, but the young woman was sure of what she had heard. It had not been the fruit of her imagination. With slow steps and clasped hands, they moved fearfully towards the bathroom door, tense for what they might find behind it. Upon arrival, Sarah, driven by a mix of bravery and desperation, flung open the door and turned on the bathroom light. Amanda, covering her eyes with one hand, looked through her fingers. However, to their surprise, they found absolutely nothing and no one. Everything was in order. Amanda sighed in relief and released Sarah's hand, both of them having left nail marks due to the previous tension. In an apologetic tone, Amanda acknowledged that she had been the one who had disturbed her with the story of Mr. Ming's son and that, in the end, it had only succeeded in frightening her and giving her nightmares. For her part, Sarah also apologized to her friend for having woken her up in vain, admitting that at that moment she had felt real fear. The two hugged each other and wished each other good night. Before going to bed, Sarah turned on the faucet and cooled her face to remove the sweat. However, her brief relief faded as soon as she heard the disturbing click, click she had heard earlier again. She quickly alerted her friend, who was still walking out the bedroom door, and informed her that the sound was ringing again. Amanda returned immediately, and Sarah motioned for her to be quiet, sealing her lips with a finger in a gesture of urgency. The two women, in complete silence, listened to the noises that filled the bathroom. Their gazes were lost in terror. And suddenly, a sudden draft slammed the bathroom door shut with such force that it got stuck, causing another wave of screams from the two young women. They began to bang on the door violently, looking for an escape route. Time passed slowly as the two tried in vain to open a door and scream for help, but there was no response from outside. The only company in the bathroom were the disturbing click-clicks and the persistent, nauseating smell that filled the air. Sarah struggled to stay calm and find an explanation for everything that was happening. With her nails broken and bloody from her desperate attempts to open the door, she was in an internal conflict. She blamed herself for putting Amanda in that situation, but at the same time, she felt relieved to not be alone in that chilling moment. Sarah's crying filled the bathroom as the cries echoed through the room again. Amanda, also gripped by terror, screamed for answers. "What do you want from us? What is our fault for everything that happened to you with your father?" Suddenly, a strange feeling came over Sarah when she noticed her friend's hair moving subtly as she sat next to the toilet. She wiped away her tears and finally asked her to move aside. Confused, Amanda asked why, but she complied with her request and moved. Sarah noticed that her hair had stopped moving. This left her intrigued, and she began to examine the toilet. It was then that she noticed a small slot protruding from behind the toilet, through which she could feel a draft of cold air and the unfamiliar smell she had been sensing in the room. The young woman began to think and linked the air currents in the house with that hole behind the toilet. Her friend, bewildered and anxious, asked her what she was doing, and Sarah asked her to help her move the toilet. Together, they moved the toilet to the side, revealing a hole large enough for a person to squeeze through. Amanda, growing increasingly nervous, expressed her bewilderment over the presence of the hole and asked what it was, to which Sarah decisively replied, "An exit." The idea of abandoning Amanda in the bathroom and venturing alone into a dark hallway didn't sit well with her friend, who became nervous and begged her not to leave her alone. However, Sarah tried to make her understand that the only solution for both of them was for her to venture into the passage. She grabbed a box of matches from the bathroom drawer and slid through the hole. As she walked through the darkness, she had a conversation with Amanda. However, little by little, Sarah stopped hearing any sound coming from the bathroom, falling into an eerie silence. The smell became more nauseating as she went, and she began to consider turning back as the tunnel seemed to lead her nowhere. But then the cries were heard with more intensity. Finding the fear that overwhelmed her, she decided to continue advancing on all fours, while the cries grew louder, even though she didn't seem to be any closer to an exit. In an instant, her hand found no ground and she rushed downwards through some kind of pipe. She fell into a puddle, and although most of the matches were wet, she managed to light the last one she had left. To greater horror, she realized that she was on the skeleton of a rat. She let out a terrified scream, and before she could recover, she heard more noises coming from her right. Cautiously, she followed the sounds until she suddenly spotted a moving figure in the distance. She approached it slowly, with a bruised ankle and a cut on her eyebrow from the fall in the tunnel. As she got closer, she realized the terrifying truth. The creature writhing and moaning on the floor was Mr. Ming's son, the boy who had been chained and brutally injured by his own father. The boy was still wearing the chains and shackles that had been used to bind and beat him. The boy's limp, mangled arm was infected and rotting, attached to his body for months, slowly decomposing. The horrible smell of putrefaction that Sarah had smelled was due to those macabre wounds. Mr. Ming, in his madness, had thrown the boy's body into the tunnel, believing him to be dead. However, the boy had survived in inhumane conditions, feeding on insects, rodents, and water from puddles formed by leaks from the house's pipes. That had kept him alive, although he looked like a walking skeleton. Sarah, with her heart filled with horror and tears in her eyes, finally understood the truth behind the house's mysteries. The cries that both she and the villagers had heard at night were the cries of the child seeking for help. The nauseating smell was his decomposing arm, and the mysterious click she had heard was produced by the little boy, hitting the pipes with his chains every time he heard someone using the faucet. He was just trying to send signals that there was someone there. Sarah looked at the boy with a mixture of compassion and sadness. In an instant, the fear vanished completely, replaced by overwhelming grief. She approached the little boy and tenderly caressed his face, murmuring words of comfort. "Don't worry, you're not alone anymore. Let's get out of here," she said in a soft voice. A tear rolled down the boy's cheek as she looked at him. The little boy tried to stand up, but his fragile and scrawny body wouldn't allow him. Sarah grabbed him and carried him toward the tunnel entrance, hoping Amanda was nearby. However, before arriving, the boy spoke his last words. "My mother was the one who protected me all this time. I owe everything to her." Then he closed his eyes and stopped breathing. Sarah desperately tried to wake him, but it was too late. Carefully, she placed the little boy's lifeless body on the ground. Before leaving, Sarah held a match to the boy's arm and noticed the bracelet he was wearing. It was the same bracelet he had taken from his mother. At that moment, she understood the true reason behind the boy's words. The bracelet had been his amulet, his source of strength and hope during his time in the dark tunnel. That jewel had been a link with his mother, who had taken care of him until someone rescued him. Finally, some neighbors who were walking nearby heard Amanda's desperate screams and called the police. They managed to rescue them both, as well as the remains of the child. When the news that the little boy had been alive all this time reached Mr. Ming, he was devastated. He stopped eating and slowly wasted away to the bone, dying in a last act of remorse. In his farewell letter, he expressed that what he had loved most in his life was his wife, and that he had gotten rid of the last part of her he had left, his son. He hoped that from beyond, the two of them would forgive him for the horrors he had committed. He would suffer a death as lonely and terrible as the one he had imposed on his own son.
Freedom Toy Factory. That was the sign that presided over the entrance. It had lights and colors all over it, and it could be seen from miles around. The factory was huge and employed 2,000 people. The truth is that at the time, it was the main livelihood of a large part of the town's neighbors. That's why, when someone didn't want to study, they directly asked for a job there. The parents would hand over their lifelong jobs to their children, and so, generation after generation, that's what happened to Sebas. He had studied journalism, but the crisis left him without a job. He had been working for years in the newsroom of a local newspaper, but the readjustment of the staff put him out of work. So when his father Manuel turned 65 and decided to retire, he didn't hesitate to take his place in the factory. He didn't love the job, but it was simple and it made him money. He had recently married, and his first daughter was on the way, so his priority was to save to guarantee his family's future. He started working in November, just before Christmas. At first, he was put on the assembly line. Sometimes, it was his turn to put up doll legs, sometimes train frames depending on the day. But then, since he had a university degree, he was transferred to the offices to do quality control. That was more to his liking. He had to take several courses with the regulations in force and learn how to handle a computer program. But for someone like him, used to working with the computer on a daily basis, it was no problem. His job was to check every toy that left the factory, or at least one copy of each model. He had to check that the materials were not toxic for children, that there were no loose parts, and that everything was in order. Then he would send his report to the company's assistant manager, a man named Eduardo. He met at the meeting where the position was offered, but to tell the truth, Eduardo said few words, just enough. He limited himself to telling him that everything had to go through his review, that he simply had to do the tests he had been told to, nothing more. Sebas nodded and accepted the position. On the first day, he was also made to sign a confidentiality agreement. It seemed excessive for a toy factory, but he thought it would be normal. He started with the analysis of the first part and found it to be quite entertaining. During the first few weeks, he gained fluency and gradually memorized all the parameters. After 2 months, he hardly needed the guides he had been given to carry out the revisions. All kinds of toys had already passed through his hands, and although his daughter was still very young, he was already thinking about which one she might like best. He was a curious guy and wanted to improve at work, so sometimes when he got bored, he would consult quality manuals from large factories. Many of them were posted on the internet. On the other hand, Juguetes Libertad didn't even allow them to be taken home to avoid leaks. Analyzing these manuals, he discovered that in most factories the controls were much more exhaustive. They analyzed the composition of the materials, the fabrics, all the parts, and even their durability. When he saw this, he decided that he should talk to his superior and proposed to extend the controls. He didn't want the factory to be fined and lose his job. As soon as he arrived at work, he asked for a meeting with Mr. Eduardo. But as soon as she told him her idea, he changed his face and reminded her that he had agreed to only do what he was ordered to do. His response was dry and very brusque, so she understood that if she wanted to continue working there, she had to limit herself to following orders. He was still curious as to why they could do far fewer checks there than in other places. That day he worked normally and followed all the instructions he had been given. But on the way home, it occurred to him that maybe he could investigate somewhere else. If he bought a dummy made in the factory and had it made with analytical instruments, he could check the parameters at home. And so, he did. The next day he went to a store in town and bought a toy unicorn that was made at the place where he worked. He also ordered online some of the materials and instruments he needed for the tests. He had to wait a couple of weeks for everything to arrive home. In the meantime, he went to work as normal and just did everything without any buts. He wanted them to be happy with him, and for no one to suspect that he was trying to find out what was going on. He also took advantage of a weekend family meal to talk to his father. He asked him what he knew about the factory management. Manuel told him that he had never had much dealings with them. They were people from out of town who had never lived there. No one knew any details about their life. Even though it was such a big company, he was surprised that a person like his father, who had been working there for 40 years, knew absolutely nothing about his bosses. It was very strange. His journalistic integrity kept sending him signals that something was going on. 2 weeks later, the tests he had ordered arrived. A computer friend of his helped him with the computer program, and he had everything ready to carry out his investigation. Only his wife and that friend knew that he was investigating something, but they didn't know what it was. As soon as he got home from work, he sat down in front of the computer. He started the program and began to run the same checks as in the factory. Everything was correct, so he started with the other manuals. He analyzed the fabric that the unicorn was wearing on top, and it was also correct. Then he checked that the paint was not toxic. So far, so good. He also checked that the toy had no extremely small parts that could be ingested by children. And then it was the turn of the hair. He pulled out a strand of hair to introduce it into some kind of liquid. There, they would know if it was plastic, natural hair, or chemical mixture. And to his surprise, it was natural hair. Why would they use dyed natural hair for a unicorn? That puzzled him to no end. The unicorn looked like it was optimal for sale, so he thought about whether it made sense to keep doing that. He was doing research without knowing what he was looking for, and maybe it was all a figment of his own imagination. Still, the next day he bought another toy. This time, a hyper-realistic doll. When he got home, he went through the same process as with the unicorn. The initial checks were also all perfect. Again, he found that the doll had natural human hair. He didn't know if that was common because he was new to the industry, but it certainly didn't seem normal to him. But the worst came next. One of the tests was to check that the eyes were properly fixed, to prevent them from falling out, and a child could put them in the mouth. But while carrying out these checks, one of them popped out. He grabbed it in his hand and saw something strange. It was covered with some kind of plastic, but it was soft. He pierced it, and inside was what he thought was a natural eye. With his heart pounding, he tried to convince himself that he had to be wrong. He was alone at home. His wife had gone out for a walk because she was very close to giving birth. He waited anxiously for her return, and as she was a nurse, as soon as she arrived, he asked her if she thought it was a natural eye. She put on a very serious face and ran to the bathroom to vomit, which confirmed his suspicions. What kind of macabre joke was that? It was a hyper-realistic doll, but that didn't mean they had to use human elements to build it. He didn't know what to do with that information. It was clear that was why the deputy director didn't want him to investigate. So he decided to talk to someone working on the initial assembly. He had been around for a few days, but not long enough to really know how they worked. His father passed him the contact of a friend of his who worked on the initial setup. He met him for coffee one afternoon. There, he asked him where they got the materials for the toys. The man told him that when they arrived at work, everything was placed in the right place for the robots and themselves to use whatever was needed. He also asked him if he had ever had to assemble eyes. He told him no, that the dolls' heads were usually already mounted and had been for many years. Finally, he wanted to know if he knew anyone who worked with these materials, but he didn't know anything either. He had never seen any truck driver unloading them. It was all very strange, and Sebas was absolutely lost. He didn't know how he could get to the truth, because in that factory, everything was too well organized. They had been working with the same system for years, so no one suspected anything. The only thing left for him was to stand guard outside the factory for a whole day. He had to find out when those trucks were arriving and what they were unloading. It was the only way to find out anything. So he took advantage of the fact that he had a couple of vacation days left, grabbed his wife's car and set up in an inconspicuous place, but close to the factory entrance. He stayed there all night and thought he wouldn't discover anything, but at about 4 a.m, he saw a truck enter. The factory closed from 12 to 6, so if they did anything, he knew it had to be in that time interval. The truck was not silk-screened, it just had a huge black tarp. 2 very tall men in black caps got out of the truck. They unloaded several pallets of merchandise and put them inside. After an hour, they got out again and started their way back. Sebas thought that if he wanted to know what they were carrying, he had to follow them. It was the only way to find the real warehouse. So he tried to remain unnoticed as he followed them with the car. They arrived at a place quite far from the village. There were no houses or cars. He was so focused, he didn't realize he was too exposed. The truck pulled into a fence, and the 2 men got out. At that moment, one of them looked in the same direction as Sebas' car. And as their eyes met, he knew he had been spotted. He tried to start up again, but he was in a secluded place he didn't even know, so there was not much of a way out. One of the men knocked on his window and gestured for him to open. When he opened the door, he asked him what he was doing there. He told him he had gotten lost. and since he had seen a truck, he had decided to follow it to see if he could find the main road. His excuse was a good one, but the binoculars he had left on the passenger seat gave him away. Seeing them, the man asked him to get out of the car, and he, defenseless and without any weapon, complied. Once outside, he was grabbed by the neck and tied his hands, was forced to walk, and the three of them together got inside a kind of ship. Inside, the place was state-of-the-art. It had a lot of compartments and machines all sealed. He was taken to a sort of office and the door was locked. He was scared, but he wasn't so scared that he didn't try to investigate the office a little. He opened different drawers, and in them there were several weapons, and also a bunch of pen drives classified by codes. What would be in there? He tucked one into his underwear. If you managed to get out of there alive, it could be useful. After a while, the two men returned to the office and started asking him questions. Why were you following us? What are you looking for? He lied and said he was a private inspector, and that one of his wives wanted to know what he was doing at night. They looked at each other and laughed. None of them were married. The lies were coming to an end, so they finally locked him in a separate room. It looked like they were waiting for orders, but neither of them searched him, so Sebas still kept his cell phone. He sent his wife the location and told her he was in danger. He asked her to notify the police, that under no circumstances was she to leave the house. Meanwhile, he heard the door open again. Behind him, Mr. Eduardo, the general manager. Well, if it isn't you, he said. He was holding a gun, so Sebas knew that was the end of it. Eduardo, by his questions, knew he had discovered something, so he was totally sentenced. As he asked Sebas what he had discovered, he was shooting him in non-vital areas of his body. But the blood began to flow like a river. When Sebas lost consciousness, the police entered the warehouse, surprising the assistant manager and his two thugs. What they found there was like something out of a horror movie. In the hermetically sealed tanks were the bodies of children. In others, parts already dismembered with chemical materials, and in another, final products to be used in their toys. Sebas died before arriving at the hospital. He could not meet his daughter, but in the pen drive he kept in his underwear there were the names and surnames of hundreds of missing children who'd become part of some toy.
Anna was a girl with dark, short hair, green eyes, and an angelic face. She was just 12 years old. However, her responsibility and maturity made her seem older. Her best friend was Wendy, who was the opposite of Anna. Rebellious, messy, and her grades at school were terrible. She had long, blonde, and kind of messy hair, as well as dark eyes. They had been friends since they were very little, and both of them had no mother, which led to them developing a very special bond. At school, Wendy wasn't very well liked by her classmates. Her only friend was Anna, which is why Wendy respected and loved her a lot. So much so that unconsciously she became dependent on Anna. One day, Anna received one of the best news of her life. She had been awarded a scholarship to study in a prestigious high school located in another city. Her father told her that it was her mother's dream for her to study in that school. And so Anna studied really hard to be able to get that scholarship and study there. Anna's father congratulated her and told her that they would soon have to move to a new house in that city. Anna froze when she realized what that meant. She knew the school was in another city, but until that moment, she didn't realize that she would have to abandon her current city and her friends, including Wendy. Anna stopped for a few seconds to analyze if what she was doing was the right thing. She wanted to fulfill her mother's wish, but didn't want to abandon her best friend either. However, she slowly convinced herself that it would all be okay. It's not like she would never come visit. She could still be in contact with Wendy and they could see each other during the holidays. The next day, Anna decided to share the news at school. Everyone congratulated her. Her classmates, her teachers, everyone. Except Wendy. As soon as the bell rang, Wendy rushed out of the classroom. Anna wanted to go after her, but her classmates stopped her, telling her they had to celebrate, and she stayed at the door talking with them for a while. After planning a farewell afternoon with them, Anna went looking for her friend and she knew exactly where to find her. At the park near Wendy's house was an old oak with a swing, and Wendy's mother would always take her there. So whenever Wendy felt sad, she would go there because that place helped her feel at ease. Anna saw Wendy slowly swinging on that old swing, which creaked due to how old it was. "Wendy?" whispered Anna. Wendy was silent, staring directly at the ground. Anna tried to draw her attention many times until her friend finally responded. "Do you really have to leave?" Anna said that she had to leave to be able to fulfill her mother's will, and Wendy kept on staring to the ground. "Dead people don't have wills, Anna. Your mom is dead and you can't do anything to change that. Even if you go study at that high school, nothing will change. She will still be dead." Anna clenched her teeth in anger. The words from her friend felt like knives stabbing her heart. She felt impotent, especially because she knew her friend's words were true. And once Anna found her voice again, she yelled in anger. "You don't know anything. You're just a weak girl who pretends to be a delinquent to feel strong. I might be a fool for trying to honor my mother's will, but all you do is keep ruining your family's reputation." Then, for the first time in the conversation, Wendy raised her gaze. She was astonished. Her friend had never yelled at her like that before. "The problem with you is that you are unwilling to accept reality," continued Anna. In that moment, Wendy lowered her gaze once more and responded. "What you say is true. Someone like me has no right to say anything about reality, and I don't have the right to tell you what to do. You and I aren't anything. But if that's the case, why does it hurt so much?" In that moment, tears started to run down her face. Anna couldn't stand it anymore and ran out of there, leaving her friend alone and weeping. Days later, the summer started, and Anna and her father finally moved. After that incident at the oak swing, she hadn't talked to Wendy. And so she decided to leave without saying goodbye. After 1 year of her new life, Anna had almost forgotten about her friend Wendy. And just when it seemed that chapter of her life would finally be closed, memories of Wendy started haunting Anna in the form of nightmares. One night, Anna dreamed that she was in the park at night and all she could hear was someone weeping as well as metal creaking. Fog covered the entire park, but Anna still tried to find the source of the crying. As she advanced, the fog gradually dissipated, until she reached the end of the road and clearly saw that old oak with a swing. There was a blonde girl staring at the ground. Anna approached her, and when she was in front of her, the blonde girl raised her gaze. Anna was scared when she saw her eyes, which didn't seem human. Then in a hoarse voice, that strange girl said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Now we'll finally be together forever." Anna woke up shivering and covered in sweat. It wasn't the first time she had that nightmare, and she felt as if someone or something was constantly observing her. When summertime came once more, Anna's father told her they would spend the summer break with her grandma at her hometown. Anna felt nervous but also excited. She pondered about it and came to the conclusion that she needed to make peace with her friend Wendy. When they arrived, Anna knew where she could find Wendy. She went to the same park, which looked exactly the same as when she left. Then a voice behind Anna startled her. "What are you doing here?" It was Wendy. She looked much more pale and thin, and her hair had grown up to her waist. Anna apologized for leaving Wendy like she did without even saying goodbye. Wendy also apologized for how she treated Anna. The two made peace and agreed to meet the next day. Anna went back to her grandma's house happier than ever. And for the first time in months, she had no nightmares that night. The next day, while Anna was putting on her shoes, her grandma asked her where she was going. She happily responded that she would meet with Wendy at the park. However, the grandma was astonished. She said that park had been closed off months ago after Anna and her father moved. She then grabbed Anna by the hand and told her that her friend Wendy died in that park. Anna was frozen in shock. She couldn't believe it. Just the day before, she talked with Wendy at that very park. She rushed out of the house. Maybe she talked to the wrong person in the wrong park? What her grandma said just couldn't be true. When Anna arrived, she was shocked once more. The park was filled with do not enter signs. The park's vegetation was completely dead. And a strange, thick fog covered the place. However, Anna disregarded the signs and went into the park anyways. It was completely abandoned. And suddenly, she thought she heard the creaking of the old swing. She walked towards it, and when she reached the old oak, she was aghast when she saw the tomb of Wendy. She fell to her knees in disbelief. Then Anna suddenly heard a hoarse voice behind her. "We were friends in life." Anna turned around and heard, "And we'll be friends in death." That was the last thing she heard before feeling a piercing pain in her chest. The last thing she heard before dying.
We know you love horror stories, so today we bring you one that will definitely make you jump out of your seat. Antonio was a wax sculptor who would frequently spend long periods of time away from home. The previous year, his house was robbed many times, and since he had to leave again, Antonio asked his good friend Martin to spend a few days in his house. The first thing that caught Martin's attention was the size of the house and how cold it was. It was far away from the city's downtown, so that Antonio could have enough peace and quiet to do his work. Martin was impressed when he saw the big rooms where Antonio kept his finished pieces. But without a doubt, what impressed Martin the most was Antonio's workshop. Specifically, he noticed a figure covered with a white blanket, which seemed to be the sculpture of a man. All the other sculptures were exposed, so the covered one sparked his curiosity. However, since he didn't want to risk ruining his friend's work, he just left the covered sculpture alone. After walking around and familiarizing himself with what was going to be his house for a few days, Martin sat down to watch some TV. Tired, he went to bed shortly after. He fell asleep pretty quickly, but a noise at about 3 in the morning made him wake up abruptly. Still half asleep, he got up to see what was going on. And knowing about the house robberies his friend had suffered in the past, he thought that maybe burglars had gotten into the house again. The noises were coming from the workshop, so he quickly went to check it out. When he opened the door, he didn't see anybody, but he noticed something was different. The covered sculpture that had caught his attention was no longer there. He stopped to analyze for a moment if he actually saw it there or in a different place, and started to doubt. Scared, he went back to his room, trying to convince himself that the noise he heard came from the street or a neighbor. He didn't know the house perfectly well, so maybe he was missing some small detail. However, when he went back to the hallway, he found something completely unexpected. There it was, right in front of him, the sculpture covered in a blanket. How could it be? Who the heck put it there? He didn't remember seeing it when he went out of his room. Very scared, he grabbed the sculpture and took it back to the workshop. He locked the workshop door and scoured the entire house looking for anything strange. But everything was in its place and nothing seemed to be missing. He went back to bed feeling scared and perplexed. And after a while of thinking about what happened, he fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already morning. He headed to the workshop, and when he got to the door, he was petrified in shock. The door was open. Somebody had definitely been there. He slammed the door shut and headed to the kitchen where he had left his laptop. He wanted to contact Antonio and tell him about what was happening. However, something stopped him in the hallway. There it was, once again, the covered sculpture. Martin felt true horror after seeing that, and with whatever he was wearing, rushed out of the house. However, after being outside of the house for the entire day, he decided he had to go back to verify that everything was in order, and let his friend Antonio know about what was happening. When he came back, he didn't find the covered sculpture anywhere. It was gone. Not sure if it was burglars or something more strange, Martin grabbed his computer and called Antonio. Through a video call, Martin told him all about what happened and also told him he was very scared. Antonio asked Martin to calm down, but also told him that he never covered his sculptures with blankets, that he always left them uncovered. And suddenly, Antonio stopped speaking. Martin saw in Antonio's panicked expression that something bad was going on. And suddenly, Antonio asked, "What's that behind you? There's a blanket." Martin turned around and there it was again, the covered sculpture just a few meters from him. While Antonio kept calling and calling his friend, Martin armed himself with courage and uncovered the sculpture. In that instant, Antonio heard a deafening screech from the other side of his computer and the call was disconnected. Very scared, the artist returned to his house as fast as he could. When he arrived, he didn't find Martin anywhere. But the workshop still had the same sculpture covered with a white blanket. He uncovered the sculpture and was never able to forget what he saw. It was a wax sculpture of his friend with an expression of true horror, with its eyes widened out, and there were blood stains everywhere.
It was her first day at her new school. She walked through the front door with 1,000 eyes on her back, but she was sure of herself, so she stomped down the long hallway to her classroom. Helena had moved to town that summer. Her father was a bank manager, and after a readjustment in his company, he had been assigned a job 230 kilometers from home. In general, the move had not gone down well with the family, who had lived in the same house for more than 20 years. Helena, on the other hand, was happy. She liked a challenge. It was her last year of high school, and she would have to work twice as hard to get good grades. And she was sure she would. She wanted to be a computer engineer to create video games. That was her other great passion. That's why she walked into class so determined. She was sure of herself and wasn't afraid of anything. Her classmates were watching her and whispering, but she expected that. So she went in, sat in the front row, and waited patiently for the teacher to enter. They all knew each other. The town was small, so most of them had been studying together all their lives. So shortly after the teacher began, she asked Helena to introduce herself. She, without hesitation, stood up, said her name, and explained the reason for her transfer. After that, the teacher started the class immediately. At first, no classmate approached her. She wasn't worried, but she got bored during breaks, so she tried to approach a couple of girls who seemed nice to her. They were friendly and answered her questions, but when they saw an opportunity, they ran away. So she began to spend her breaks in the computer classroom. There, she found a sort of a quiet place where she could have fun with her video games or study. No one bothered her. As the days went by, her routine became established. Her classmates were still not integrating her, but she already had her usual friends, and now she had found a hobby for the dead hours, so she didn't care. It was strange to her that despite being very well equipped, practically no one went to that classroom. Some classmates came to print out papers, but they were never there for more than 5 or 10 minutes. She wanted to ask them, but since none of them came to her, she decided not to. One afternoon, while she was playing Minecraft, she thought she saw 2 girls reflected on the screen who seemed to be at the back of the class. She turned quickly but saw no one and regretted having lost her attention. She had lost the game. But history repeated itself over the next few days. If it wasn't the screen, it was her hand mirror. If it wasn't the mirror, it was a crystal. Those 2 girls appeared constantly. They were so alike that Helena immediately deduced that they were twins. But was it just her imagination? She had never believed in anything paranormal, but she was starting to get scared. It had been several days of believing she was seeing the same thing. That threw her off her studies. She couldn't sleep and needed to find answers. She wanted to approach some of her classmates, but as soon as she mentioned the subject, they left and did not answer her questions. She also stopped going to the computer classroom, spending her break sitting on a bench in the courtyard. When she stopped going there, she also stopped seeing those two girls for a few days. But the nightmare was not over. One night, she dreamt that she was washing her face in the bathroom and they appeared in the mirror. With hardly any time to react, one of them grabbed her hands and set her on fire in the curtains. They were killing her. But just at the last moment, she woke up and realized that it was just a dream. That night, she could not sleep anymore. She was afraid to close her eyes and see them again. Her parents started to worry. She had dark circles under her eyes, she was always sad, and her grades were dropping. She decided she couldn't go on like that, so she started to investigate tragic events with twins. And without much effort, she found them. On the second webpage she consulted, she recognized them. It was them, the same ones she had seen in that classroom. The news said that they had died in a fire at the school 70 years ago. The case was relatively recent, and although at the time she knew who they were, she did not understand why she could see them. Finding that answer took more time, and the weeks were really complicated. The twins had crept into her dreams. She could no longer sleep or do anything else. There was a rumor at school that she was possessed, and her classmates stayed away from her as if she had the plague. And since the town was small, it didn't take long for the priest to appear. He showed up one night at her house telling her parents that Helena needed an exorcism, or else she would die. He told her that she had invaded the space of two souls and now they wanted her dead. Her parents kicked him out, but deep down they did not know what to make of what was happening to her. They visited several psychologists and psychiatrists, but none of them worked. And things were getting worse as Helena did not sleep. She began to have hallucinations. The few times she closed her eyes, she did really strange things. She would walk around the house saying strange things, lie down on the floor, or break different objects. She was totally desperate, so she decided to go back to that classroom. She took advantage of the end of classes to sneak back in. She sat down on a chair and waited to see them again. It didn't take long for them to show up, and then she faced them. She asked them what they wanted from her, why they were following her. But no one answered. And suddenly she started to smell something burning. She looked sideways and one of the computers was smoking. Soon the flames started. She felt very scared, so she quickly went to the door to call for help. But she couldn't even get it open. It was completely blocked. The smoke soon began to flood everything and she was slowly losing consciousness. She fainted as she heard the fire alarm. Firefighters managed to rescue her with major burns over 50% of her body. No one could explain the cause of the fire, although in reality, everyone knew what had happened. Helena managed to recover from her physical injuries, but never from the psychological ones. She stopped seeing the twins, but her parents left town and the computer classroom was closed forever.
It all started when Marcus found out that he had a serious degenerative disease. Little by little, his strength in his body would be consumed, so he was forced to choose between a distant and painful death or an early death without suffering. Jack was his friend, but also a doctor. He took care of Marcus at all times, trying to make his life as pleasant and comfortable as possible. Knowing his friend's intentions to stop suffering, he made a trip to the West Indies to study some native methods of healing. There, he learned certain practices quite far from modern medicine, prohibited articles on monstrous surgical experiments, animal transplants in humans, brain modification, and many more studies unauthorized by the medicine of his country. 4 months later, Jack returned from his trip. His friend was anxious to see him again. Marcus's health condition had deteriorated a lot, and he was admitted to a hospital. The doctor explained to his friend the plan he had for him. In his trip, he had found a substance that produced a deep sleep to the one who took it. A near-death state was achieved, muscles relaxed completely, and even breathing and heartbeat ceased while the effects lasted. Jack assured him that he had seen the effects on several natives, and the results were amazing. Many had been cured of terminal illnesses, but for several days his body would remain so immobile that it would look like a corpse, becoming visible, a state of rigor mortis. At first, Marcus wasn't too clear about the procedure. He began to feel fear and nausea, but on the other hand, the hope of recovery convinced him to continue. There could be the possibility of being cured, something that all the doctors considered impossible. Jack's plan was to administer a copious amount of the substance and leave his body in a semi-dead state. During that time, the disease would stop attacking him, since his body would be almost completely stopped. And in a few days, the disease would be gone and his body would be resurrected. However, there was a problem. It couldn't be known that the doctor had administered said substance, nor could he hide a semi-corpse in the hospital. That substance was illegal in his country, and if anyone found out, the doctor could go to jail. So, they had to simulate his death. It was a macabre and risky idea, but also the only hope of getting his life back. So, he accepted his proposal. After inoculating a necessary amount of the substance, Marcus would be declared deceased from his illness. He had many symptoms, so a coroner was not called, and the death was not investigated. After his burial, Jack would secretly open his friend's grave and bring him home unharmed. Jack had some doubts. What if he woke up in the grave before his friend rescued him? Although he knew that his condition would not last much longer. The thought of suffocating to death in his own grave tormented him. Fortunately, before he knew it, he had already fallen into a state of semi-paralysis and was immediately seized by a deep, dark sleep. Everything went as Jack had planned, even the plan of the exhumation of the grave. So that there would be no mistakes, they decided to mark the coffin with a number, 333. That way, they would know at all times that it was Marcus's coffin. In the cemetery, he left everything as it was. No one would ever find out that a body was missing there. The undertaker was an old friend of the doctor. He helped him with everything and would never reveal his macabre secret. A week later, Marcus woke up at Jack's house. His body was still paralyzed. He could only move his head weakly. However, all his senses were alert. He couldn't believe it. The plan had worked and he didn't feel any pain. A few days later, he was able to eat solid food, indicating that his body was slowly recovering. Jack was very interested in discussing all of his daily symptoms, always asking him if he was feeling anything special. With each passing day, he was getting better, but he still felt the effects of the paralysis. It seemed that his body was anesthetized. It was a strange feeling, since he had stopped suffering, because he felt no pain, and his mind worked normally. However, his body was still asleep. It was as if he had become quadriplegic. The doctor explained that the first resuscitation process had been carried out, but he didn't know exactly when the paralysis of the body would end. Marcus was beginning to feel strange with his friend. It seemed to him that he had paid more attention to his reactions and stimuli than to his own healing. Sometimes he could see a strange gleam in his eyes as he examined him, a kind of victorious flash of having brought him to life after death. The man continued to wait each day with sorrow for the return of his bodily functions. The doctor assured him that it was not long, and that he would enjoy an existence that few men had experienced. The following days, Marcus noticed his friend more and more distant. He felt that he was treating him only as an experiment. He often told him about his new jobs with transplants and cruel treatment of animals in the laboratory that made him shudder. Marcus still hadn't been able to see his body in its entirety since he had woken up, but with his sense of touch returning, he discovered that it had various forms that were unfamiliar to him. He gradually regained mobility in his hands and arms. However, he found it very difficult to get his limbs to obey the orders of his brain. He was totally taken aback. His hands had become clumsy. He had to perform a movement several times to get it done correctly. One day, he asked his friend if he could help him get up and sit on the bed. He felt strong enough to try. His legs seemed to have regained some strength, and he wanted to see how far he could go. At first, the doctor objected, but finally agreed. He advised him to cover himself well with the sheets so as not to be cold, which surprised Marcus. The temperature in the room was nice, but maybe it had something to do with the rehab. The man slowly sat up in bed. At that moment, Jack's face lit up. But Marcus felt as if his arms and legs were refusing to obey his commands. It scared him to be condemned the rest of his days to an absence of sensations. Before, he felt terrible pain, but now he was unable to feel anything. At night, his dreams also haunted him. He would wake up screaming horribly from his nightmares. He dreamed of corpses, cemeteries, lost souls, and macabre events. And meanwhile, in another room, Jack continued with his experiments without flinching, which made him pissed off. After several days of thinking about it, he decided to carry out a plan. He wanted to get out of there. When night came in the gloom, he managed to sit up and put his feet on the ground. The vertigo made him fall onto the mattress instantly. After a few minutes, he tried to get to his feet again, holding on to the bed. The feeling of disobedience in his legs made it much more difficult for him to walk. But little by little, with a candlestick in hand, he managed to reach the corridor of the house. He was heading for the exit, but as he passed the door to his friend's lab, he couldn't help but be curious about what was there. When he entered, what he saw terrified him. Animals, fetuses, bottles with liquids. It seemed to be inside a horror movie. In one corner, Jack was sleeping with his head on his desk and a bottle of alcohol clutched in his hand. For a time, Marcus stood motionless before the scene, afraid that Jack would wake up, but then taking a step forward, he hit his head with the candlestick. The crack was followed by a jet of blood that fell from the table to the floor. But Marcus felt no remorse for killing his friend. He looked at all the specimens that were scattered around the room in various states of preservation. Jack had shown no mercy to them. He had gone too far in his experiments to deserve to continue living. And Marcus considered it his duty to do justice. He left the lab and staggered to the stairs that led down to the front door. He stumbled downstairs and reached the ground floor. He was still having a hard time keeping himself steady, so he grabbed an umbrella at the entrance and used it as a cane. He left the house and went to the cemetery where he had been buried. He approached his own grave, and he had a strange feeling. He began to scratch at the damp earth until his fingers tripped over the coffin. His fingers were bloody, but he felt no pain. The casket had the number 333 embossed on it. He tried to open the lid when a foul smell made him back down. Was there another dead man buried in his grave? Suddenly, the putrid smell became a familiar smell, horribly familiar. What had he become? He took off his pajamas, first his shirt and then his pants. He found himself with very hairy arms, too hairy to be human, and horrible legs, short and totally unknown to him. He had the body of a true monster. Jack had used him to accomplish his purposes. His body overturned any natural law of the human body. Marcus wanted to disappear. He didn't want to live that way. He understood why his friend always warned him to cover himself with the blankets, and he also understood why his body didn't obey him. Jack had treated him like another experiment. He was the result that artificial life could be possible. It had become his work of art. He grabbed the lid of the coffin again and opened it. He could see his own headless body was intact.
Lunchtime had arrived at the company where I work, and I was heading to the dining room like every day. I was looking at a yellowish mess on my tray that I didn't know it was egg or potato when someone called my name. Hey, Becky! She was Mia, one of my co-workers. It's not that we were soulmates, but she was one of the few people I liked in that company. We always waited for each other on breaks and ate together in the cafeteria. So I turned around and walked away. I headed to their table. Samantha, another of the workers, was sitting next to her. They seemed to be discussing some half-secret topic because they were talking in a low voice, so that the other colleagues couldn't hear their conversation. Of course, I asked them. Mia waved her hands, putting tension on the matter. Haven't you heard the rumors? Another woman was attacked in the shopping center parking lot. I frowned in confusion. Again? I didn't know there was already more than one victim. After the 2 years that I was hospitalized for health reasons, I was quite far from the media. The two girls looked at each other and then at me in disbelief, as if I had missed the news of the century. Don't you know? According to what they say, she's the 4th victim in just 2 weeks. Since it still didn't mean anything to me, Mia began to explain. This all started a few weeks ago. The first victim was likely a young woman who was shopping at Walmart. It was almost dark when she left the mall, so there weren't too many people in the parking lot. I think it must have been right at the time of closing, when the supermarket no longer allows entry, but there are still the last customers putting their purchases in the trunk. Or at least, that's what I think. What I didn't know was that that famous criminal was hiding under cars. And all the victims attacked had been women and with a red car. Either they were his goal or a great coincidence. I shifted in my chair and swallowed the food in my mouth with difficulty. My car was also red, and I used to make my purchases at that same Walmart. My partner continued to recount the event, saying that the criminal was waiting under the car while the women calmly made their purchase. Once they arrived with the car full, they left the items in the trunk and then walked to the driver's door. But just when they were about to enter, rush! A hand shot out from under the car and cut both their heels with a knife. After the cut, the women fell to the ground, leaving them completely defenseless. That depraved man could do whatever he wanted with them because they couldn't flee. Oh, I hope he only did it to rob them and not to do anything else to them, Samantha exclaimed as she closed her eyes in anguish. I swallowed hard the next bite in my mouth and asked them how they found out. They quietly confessed to me that the person in charge of Walmart had told them. He was one of the few people who knew, because they didn't want the news to spread throughout the city and spread panic. In the days that followed, the mall killer became the #1 topic of conversation at our company. The rumor spread like wildfire. Everyone knew about him. I heard countless stories of people who knew someone who knew someone who knew someone. And although in my head I had created the idea that it was nothing more than an urban legend that some small group had invented to scare women, I couldn't escape with each new story and each new version of that murderer. Soon, I found myself looking under my car from afar every time I was in a supermarket parking lot. In the end, it happened to me in other places too. One night, I even had to look under the bed before I dared broach her. It was exasperating. I was upset with myself for letting the rumors get to me, even though I knew they weren't true. However, a few days later, I realized how wrong I was. During the last few days, I had avoided Walmart and had done my shopping in other shopping centers farther away. But that day, I decided to skip that nonsense, and since I didn't need much, I drove to my usual supermarket. When I finally left the mall, carrying shopping bags, I was shocked. It was night and everything was dark. In front of me, the parking lot was deserted. It wasn't unusual because it was close to closing time. The shocking thing was that I had lost track of time inside and I didn't know it was so late. With some anguish, I headed to my car. I tried to appear as confident as possible. If there was someone around, I didn't want them to see me as scared. To make matters worse, I noticed that the street lights I had parked under was broken. No matter how hard I tried, all I could see was darkness beneath my car. I felt my pulse quicken. My breathing became heavy with every step I took towards it. But still, I forced myself to walk slowly so as not to show any weakness. With a balancing act I could probably use at a circus, I somehow managed to get the car remote out of my bag, even though my arms were full. Although normally in these situations I close my eyes and run away, I kept creating stories in my head and imagining arms coming out from under the car. With a trembling hand, I pressed the button on the car remote. The trunk was open, but I still wasn't safe. Not caring if I crushed any delicate purchases, I quickly tossed the bags inside. And without closing the door, I immediately jumped back, putting a safe distance between me and my car. Meanwhile, I could clearly hear my pulse beating in my ears. I slowly crouched on the ground. I was finally able to see the underside of my vehicle. There was no one. An embarrassing laugh left my mouth, and I shook my head as I stood up. There was no one there. Of course not. How could I be so stupid? There was no murderer in the mall. Feeling like my heart was several pounds lighter, I walked back to my trunk and slowly closed it. Then I continued to the driver's door. There, without further ado, I opened the door. I was about to sit down when suddenly a scream echoed through the parking lot. I was frozen. That was the voice of a woman. She screamed shrilly until suddenly something drowned out her screams. For a few seconds that seemed like minutes, I began to weigh all kinds of possibilities, trying to choose the best one, without coming out wrong. What should I do? Should I escape and get to safety, or should I see what's going on? Help the woman? I closed my eyes for a few more seconds, even though I had already made a decision. The muffled screams came from another part of the parking lot. I had to turn a corner to see him. There, I saw a figure crouching on the ground next to one of the cars. When he noticed my footsteps, he raised his head, jumped up, and ran in the opposite direction. Almost immediately, the screams became louder again. "Help! Help me!" screamed the terrified woman who was lying on the ground where the figure had just crouched. I ran to her and asked what had happened to her, but she didn't have to answer. I knew as soon as I saw the blood on her feet. The man had cut her heels. The mole killer was real. And who knows what he would have done to the woman if I hadn't been there. Panicked that he might do something to me, I ran out of there. Not before having called the emergency services and telling them what happened. That situation had made me very nervous and had removed my past traumas. I tried to breathe slowly several times and remember the advice I had been given at the center during my recovery. Everything was fine. I had gotten rid of that murderer and I had to celebrate. So I went to release tension with my favorite hobby. After feeling more relieved, I headed to a bar for a drink. That situation had left me with a dry throat. Finally, I found a place. A dark, gloomy place, but also deserted. The waiter was completely alone at one end, watching a football game. I sat at the bar and placed the bag I had with me next to me. I ordered a soft drink. Before the owner had a chance to return to his game, another customer walked in. "Give me a double whiskey." The customer was a thin, long-haired man in his 40s with wrinkles and dirty clothes. He was wearing a coat and a bag, black, bulky, very similar to mine. As I watched him, he carefully placed it on the adjacent stool and reached for his glass. He threw his head back and swallowed. I could see the movement of his Swedish neck. Then he pushed the empty glass away while he asked the owner for another glass of whiskey and took out a handful of bills from his pocket. The waiter's expression was a mix of grimace and smile, but when he saw the bills raining down on the bar, he smiled. He shrugged his shoulders and refilled the glass with alcohol. I knew what he was thinking. If he asked me for beer, I'd tell him to go to hell, but he's paying for whiskey, so hold on. The second glass came down almost as quickly as the first, and he ordered a third. The waiter came back, served him, grabbed the money, and put it in the cash register. I watched the third glass disappear. The stranger's neck was now bright red. 3 glasses of whiskey in 2 minutes also made him lose his tongue, and he began to grumble and start a conversation with me. "Always the same football. God, what kind of hobby is that? Who can be entertained by watching a group of monkeys fighting to kick a ball?" I answered that it was a hobby, but that we were all different. We each had different ways of entertaining ourselves. Maybe he understood me, maybe he didn't, but he nodded his head. Then he asked me what I thought about hunting and fishing. I told him I had no opinion about it. He laughed and joined the conversation. He told me that it was one of his favorite hobbies, although for many it had become just another form of murder, taking a gun and killing an animal, or putting a hook in a fish and making it suffer for the simple fact of enjoying the hobby of fishing and throwing it back into the sea. I was interested in his reasoning and asked him if killing was justified if it created pleasure in the person. He looked at his empty glass and told me it depended on who. If you made someone who no one would miss without family, like a beggar, it wasn't right, but the person could do it without anyone noticing. No one would miss him and no one would put the city on alarm. I leaned forward and looking at him intently, I asked, "And do you think someone could do something like that?" He didn't look at me, just looked at his bag before answering. "Well, I was thinking about a criminal who used to do it, here in the city too. But that was about 2 years ago. Nothing has been heard from him again." I asked him if he knew who he was, and he said no, that no one knew him. And that was the good thing. That's why he had always gotten away. The police had gone crazy trying to find him. They assumed he was someone from the city, but those were just assumptions. They never had the slightest clue as to his whereabouts. The criminal found some unfortunate person or lured a homeless person into an alley. He promised to give them a bottle of something, and then he cut off their heads. I stood up and reached for the bag. The man laughed and told me not to be afraid. He was sure that the guy was no longer in town. He had gotten tired of the area, or maybe they were about to catch him and decided to walk away. Afterwards, he came very close to me, so much so that I felt threatened. And he told me, "People have the right to have hobbies, don't you think?" I opened my mouth to answer him, but before I could do so, I heard another noise. The hum of a siren on the street. The man at the bar raised his head. The three of us had realized that they were coming there. The man jumped to his feet and headed for the door. I ran after him and told him, "Hey, don't forget your bag." Without even looking at me, he grabbed the plastic bag and left with a hasty step, getting lost in an alley between two nearby buildings. In a moment, he disappeared. I stood at the door of the bar as the siren sounded closer and closer, making my ears hurt. A patrol car stopped in front of me and another behind me, but neither of them stopped the engine. Two police officers got out and looked at all sides of the road. Inside the bar, they looked at me. Then they asked me if I had seen a man who looked unkempt, thin, with long hair and dirty. I had to tell him the truth, of course. "Yeah, he left here a minute ago." They asked me which direction, and I pointed between the two buildings. One of the police officers gave orders to the two patrol cars, and they started and headed to the direction I indicated. The other two police officers stayed in the bar asking us questions. One of them was the sergeant. They escorted me inside and told me it was the mole killer. Some companions had followed him secretly without uniform to go unnoticed. I took a deep breath, letting the police officers hear it. I told them I had talked to him while I was drinking my soda, but I had no idea he was a criminal. One of the police officers looked at my bag and remembered that the notice was that the murderer also had one with him. The sergeant asked me if I had noticed if he had taken it or left it there. I nodded to him that he had taken his bag with him. A few minutes later, the police officer's walkie rang. They were his companions who had managed to catch the criminal.
Enemy down!
Unfortunately, in the struggle to capture him, he had been injured by one of the police officers while protecting himself, and the criminal had died. The sergeant snorted. That was a big problem, and he would have to give a lot of explanations to the judge. But finally, all those crimes in the city were over. Shortly after, another police officer entered with the bag. The sergeant took it from his hands and placed it on the bar. "Was this the one he had?" he asked me. I nodded, feeling like my voice was sticking in my throat. I turned around. I didn't want to see how the sergeant opened the bag, nor did I want to see their faces when they looked inside. But naturally, I heard them. I think two of them got dizzy. There was a human head. I gave the sergeant my official statement as he requested. They took note of everything and made me sign. I told him about the conversation with a stranger. The whole theory of murder as a hobby, the idea of choosing unfortunate people as victims because no one would miss them. I told him that I didn't think he was being serious. It was just the ramblings of a person who had gone too far with alcohol. The sergeant replied, "He was probably telling you the way a murderer's mind works. 2 years ago, several murderers emerged, but then he stopped killing. I think he left town when things got tough. Then he felt the need to start over, and everything agrees that it was him. That murderer and the one from the shopping center were the same person." I imagine he noticed my expression because he rested his hand on my shoulder. "Forgive me, I understand how you feel. You are in great danger talking to him. You've probably been with the smartest psychopathic killer who ever lived. Consider yourself lucky." I nodded and headed to the door. I agreed with the sergeant about the risk taken and about the most intelligent of the psychopathic murderers in the world. Well, more like murderer. I also agreed how lucky I was. I mean, when, at the last moment, the mole criminal ran away from the tavern, and I made the switch and handed him my bag with the head I had just cut off. It was lucky for me that he could never notice that I had exchanged my bag for his. Everyone attributed my crimes to him. Now, I must stop again for a while. I must not raise suspicions. Welcome. We hope you are prepared, because today we'll be sharing with you one of the most cruel and tragic stories to have ever appeared in the channel. What you're about to listen to happened a few years ago in the United States. The school year had just ended and Harry would now start the worst summer of his life. But it wasn't his fault though. His grades had been the highest in the entire school and his parents were very proud of him. At the beginning of the year, they promised Harry that they would take him to Disneyland Paris, which they knew was his dream. However, his father, who had an important position in a multinational company, lost his job due to the crisis. On the other hand, all of the family savings went to costly surgeries the family dog had to go through so it could survive. The parents still wanted to give a gift to their son for his efforts though, but their economic situation was so harsh at the moment that they couldn't even pay rent. And every month they had to choose between eating 3 times a day or pay the landlord part of their overdue rent. For Harry's father, his son's happiness was first. So he explained to his son the terrible financial situation they were going through, hoping he would understand. And then he offered to take his son to his favorite place, Old Fred's store. That was a candy store a bit far away, which was popular even in the biggest cities of the US. Fred was an elderly man who had been working in that store all his life and where he sold the most delicious chocolates and candies in the entire country. Fred was also famous for appearing on TV showing a big smile. There was just nobody who didn't like Fred. It is difficult to believe the sheer amount of strange and delicious flavors that old man was able to create in his lab inside the store. And even knowing all the ingredients, nobody had ever found a recipe to make their candies taste as delicious as Fred's, even to this day. Now, let's continue with the story. Even though the store was 40 minutes away, Harry and his father went walking to the store. And during the whole trip, little Harry would skip and jump out of joy. Going to Fred's store was so special that they only went on his birthday. The candy store was so popular that there was a long line to get in, going all around the neighborhood. They had to wait for more than an hour and a half to get in. But since Harry and his dad had such a good relationship, they spent the entire time talking and playing. Once they finally got in, Harry's jaw dropped when he saw the sheer number of chocolates and candies on display in the shelves. However, his joy soon passed when he looked at his father, who seemed to observe the prices with a worried expression. Harry asked his father how many candies he could buy. The father looked at his son and said that at first he could only pay for 2, but that he had saved up a bit in the previous days and could now pay for 10 candies. Harry got really happy and started to put in his basket the candies that he wanted to try the most. Then the father told Harry to please wait for him outside while he waited in line to pay for the candies. Little Harry obeyed his dad and went out of the store, not understanding very well why. Maybe his dad had a surprise for him? 15 minutes passed, but Harry's dad hadn't come out yet. It was getting late as well, and he started to hear strange noises around him. However, there were still some people in the parking lot, so he still felt safe. Time kept passing until it was time to close the store. That's when Harry decided to go back in and look for his father. He looked everywhere, walking through every hall in the store, but couldn't find him. It's as if he had disappeared. Anxiety overwhelmed little Harry, and he couldn't help but cry as he looked for a security guard for help. He went to the register and found 2 security guards talking with each other. He asked them if they had seen his father. The guards looked at each other and their expression became completely serious. "Are you lost, kid? We can take you home, don't worry. Surely your father is alright." That was their response. However, there was something in their tone of voice that didn't convince Harry. He was sure that his father didn't go out of the store, so he had to be inside somewhere. And so Harry ran away, determined to get into the back of the store. Harry crossed through a curtain with a sign which said employees only, and luckily nobody was there to stop him. He kept walking between boxes which contained thousands of candies and sweets, until he bumped into a door. He placed his ear on the door to hear if someone was inside and heard screams of pain. Harry immediately recognized the voice of his father. Nervous, Harry took a deep breath and pushed the door open with all his strength. The first thing the boy saw was Fred holding a pair of pliers. His father was in front, tied to a chair with his mouth open as blood ran through his chin. And he looked at his son with a terrified expression. Then Fred turned around and grabbed little Harry by the neck. He then sat him in front of a screen and proceeded to play a recording from the security cameras. There, Harry could see his father trying to hide under his clothes most of the candies the boy had chosen before getting to the register. Then, in a very sinister voice, Fred said, "If you eat too many candies, you get cavities, but not if you steal them, because then I'll just tear out all your teeth, like I'm doing with your father." The old man then started to laugh. In that moment, the security guards came into the room and stood next to Harry to prevent him from interfering with what was about to happen. The insane old man grabbed a couple of pruning shears, approached the father, took out one of his shoes and his sock, and then cut off his pinky. Fred then did the same thing with the father's other foot. Fred then stood up with a smile on his face, which was covered in drops of blood from the father. The old man was clear with his next words. If anybody said anything about what happened in that room, thugs would go to their house and kill their entire family. Fred snapped his fingers and the guards untied the father. They carried him out of the store, and after making sure nobody was passing through the dark street, they threw him onto the pavement without mercy. Harry saw himself abandoned 40 minutes away from home and unable to tell anyone what happened. His father was losing more and more blood as a red puddle started forming around him. He lost consciousness just 5 minutes later. Crying, little Harry walked around the street looking for help until a man finally passed by who he asked to please call an ambulance. Harry decided to not give any explanation until his father recovered at the hospital. He wanted his father to be the one to decide what to say about what happened. Many people know about the haunted doll Annabelle. However, some people who have visited the Warren Museum say that Lily is even more terrifying. It's as if she follows with her gaze everyone who visits that place, disturbing them during their visit. And hearing the story about her origin will turn your blood cold. Andrea had just turned 7 years old. However, she never learned to speak, and the only word she learned to say in her entire life was Lily. That was the name she gave to the doll her mother had gifted her. The doll was baby-shaped, and from the very first moment, Andrea felt a huge attachment to it. Lily became her best friend, and they became inseparable. Andrea found in that toy the friendship she never got with all the other girls since she couldn't speak. 2 years later, Andrea's relationship with her doll was the same. However, one fateful day, she climbed to the roof with her doll to show her the view from there. But the two ended up falling into the backyard instead. Little Andrea perished immediately. This caused a huge commotion through the entire neighborhood, and all the neighbors attended her funeral. The girl was buried with her doll, the only friend she ever found. However, for some bizarre reason, 7 days later, the parents found Andrea's doll sitting in the house backyard. At first, they thought that someone was playing a sick prank on them by placing a similar doll there, although they also believed that maybe their daughter was trying to manifest herself through the doll. And so the family finally decided to keep the doll and stored it as a memento. Then 1 week later, Andrea's mother saw the doll move its lips, just like her daughter would do when trying to speak. She thought she was going insane. Then one night, Andrea's mother was jolted awake after hearing her daughter scream. And once she found the source of the scream, she saw Lily the doll, crying. Horrified, she called her husband, hoping he wouldn't see what she was saying. But unfortunately, he confirmed it wasn't an illusion. As time went by, they noticed how that toy was appropriating the features of their dead daughter, looking more and more like Andrea every day. It started with the eyes, then the hair, and so on, until becoming almost identical. Every night became a nightmare for them, since they would hear steps and constant laughter all around the house. And the tipping point was when the doll attacked one of the kids in the neighborhood. Adopting the appearance of Andrea, Lily took the kid to the house's backyard. And then, in front of his eyes, Lily transformed back into a doll. The kid ran out of there while she mocked him and made him trip. The family was terrified and decided to donate the doll to the Warren Museum. However, the very morning the people from the museum would pick up the doll, the husband had been stabbed. And by his side was Lily, covered in blood and crying. After that, Lily was placed in a wooden booth with the help of a priest, who concluded that the doll had not been possessed by the spirit of Andrea, but instead had been possessed by a demon who wanted to take the souls of children. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rose. I haven't said anything for the longest time, fearing others would brand me as a lunatic, but I can't stay silent anymore. I was born in a humble family, but with a lot of effort, I went to university and graduated. This allowed me to get a good job, and I met my husband during my career. And from the moment we started our relationship, we decided to save up for when we formed a family. So we spent a few years working hard and cutting expenses as much as possible, living frugally and without luxuries. We rented a single-room apartment because it was pretty cheap and we didn't need anything bigger. And once we thought we were ready, we decided to take the next step, and I got pregnant. I remember very vividly the happiness we felt after hearing the news. I couldn't contain the tears of joy. Bliss invaded me, and I imagined everything would be perfect. 9 months later, our daughter was born, and we named her Clara. And since we had saved so much and spent so little, we had enough money in the bank to buy our dream house. In a slightly remote neighborhood, we found a pretty big house. It had 3 floors and a front yard. And due to that last detail, we also considered adopting a dog. But that would be way too many changes at once, so we decided to wait. Another thing is that the house itself had been pretty cheap too. This is because we would need to invest in various renovations which were not included in the price. And once we made a complete budget, we realized the renovations wouldn't be that expensive either. It was pretty much a bargain. So we lived a couple more months in the apartment while the workers did the renovations, and it was a true hell since Clara wouldn't stop crying. Spending 24 hours in such a reduced space with our new daughter was simply terrible. Fortunately, the renovations were finished at the stipulated date, and we had so few pieces of furniture that we finished moving in just 2 days. We didn't even need to hire a moving company. Now, the last thing we needed to do was clean up the attic. And after cleaning out a huge layer of dust in there, I saw something in the corner. It was a photograph, maybe from the previous owners of the house, and just like our family, their family had 3 members. The parents and a little girl who looked so cute and beautiful. That girl really caught my attention. Even though the photograph was in black and white, you could still distinguish her light-colored eyes and blonde hair. She was so pretty that she looked like a doll. She must have been about 10 years old, and I was enamored with her little dress. And then time passed surprisingly quickly. Clara grew up and was now going to school. As I mentioned, we lived in a slightly remote place, and so my husband and I would take turns each morning to take her to school. Then one night, Clara went into her bedroom to wake us up. "Mom, Dad, I made a new friend. Although she asked me not to tell you her name because she gets embarrassed. And she says you can't see her because you are grown-ups. Oh, and she told me she has been living here for a long time." We were so tired that we just ignored Clara's story, although then she got in between us and covered herself with a blanket, saying she wasn't very tired. And once I was about to fall asleep, she whispered in my ear, "Her name is Amanda." The next morning, as we were eating breakfast, Clara explained to us what was going on with her new friend. She said that Amanda had been living in that house before us and that she saw the three of us being so happy that she decided to approach Clara to be friends. My husband and I just ate our breakfast and nodded our heads as if we were believing her. Clara would then spend entire afternoons in the garden saying she was playing with Amanda. We had no problem with her being entertained easily, especially since we were both so busy working. However, one day we heard her talking alone in her room, which started to get us worried. My husband got especially worried, thinking that maybe our daughter was becoming crazy. I calmed him down, reminding him that almost all children develop imaginary friends. Moreover, her friends at school lived very far away from us, so she had to find a way to have fun somehow. However, he could no longer stand hearing the name Amanda anymore. And so we decided to finally adopt a dog so that Clara would get some responsibility and get a little bit more mature, and it worked. Everything was normal for a while until a couple of months ago when Clara came to us in the middle of the night, crying. She said that she saw Amanda again and had a fight with her. It seems that Amanda was jealous of Clara spending so much time with her new pet and feared being left behind. 2 days later, I heard Clara scream. I rushed to her room and saw that she had a wound on her arm. She said that Amanda had done that to her during another fight. It made no sense. And for the first time, I asked her what Amanda looked like physically. She told me that she was blonde, with light-colored eyes, and was always wearing a dress. I remember the photograph I found in the attic. I didn't throw it away, so I must have stored it somewhere. And once I found it, I showed it to Clara. She looked at it and nodded her head. That was Amanda. I asked Clara if she was completely sure, and she confirmed that she was. I then told my husband, and he didn't believe me. According to him, both Clara and I were becoming crazy, and until he saw that Amanda girl with his own eyes, he would never believe she actually existed. He also said that Clara wounded herself just to fish for attention because we had spoiled her over the years. That same afternoon, while cleaning my room, Clara came to me and said, "Mom, Amanda says she's thirsty." Not knowing how to respond, I told her to go to the kitchen and serve her a glass of water. However, she looked to her side and shook her head. "No, she says she doesn't want water." I asked her what did she want then. "Well, we have soda, juice boxes, or you can make her a smoothie. You can give her whatever she wants. She's your friend." But once more, Clara shook her head. "She says she's thirsty for blood." We then heard barking downstairs, and a brief silence, and then a piercing, heart-wrenching sound. I rushed downstairs and found my husband holding the body of our dog in his hands. But only the body, since the head was torn out and thrown on the floor. He looked at me crying and swore to me that he didn't do it. He heard the dog bark, went to see what was happening, and witnessed how, with no explanation, the dog's head was torn out of his body. I then told him what Clara had just told me moments before. We decided we couldn't keep living in that house anymore, so we packed our things. I called my mother, telling her that we would spend the night at her place and would explain what was going on once we were there. We were ready to leave, and all that was left was for Clara to come downstairs. But suddenly, we detected a slight smell of something burning. The smell gradually got stronger, and we saw the reflection of flames on the stairs. We couldn't believe what was happening. My husband then reacted and rushed upstairs to get Clara. He came back a few minutes later. His body had several burns and Clara was unconscious in his arms. And as soon as he left her on the stairs, he passed out. I dragged both of them to the garden and called the fire department. Clara woke up shortly after, but my husband was hospitalized due to his severe burns. He was in a coma and his vital organs were barely working. The fire and smoke he had inhaled had burned his lungs. He passed away a few days later after having saved her daughter. The house was reduced to ashes, and after cleaning out the terrain, all that could be saved was a fragment of a photograph.
Help! Help! Can anyone hear me? Get me out of here! Help!
1 week before, Megan was enjoying her last month at home with her sister Amy and mother, before moving 1,000 kilometers away, because she would go to study at one of the best universities. Although she was sad to be separated from her family and friends, she was very excited to have gotten a place at one of the most prestigious centers. She had worked hard during her teens to get good grades, and she could finally see how her efforts were rewarded. One of the things that also saddened her was the idea of ending her relationship with Josh. They had met 3 months ago, and although she liked him, she felt that it was better that they put their relationship on hold for a while. They would be very far from each other, and she preferred to end their short courtship so she could focus on her studies. So, sure of her decision, she met Josh one afternoon. They spent the first few hours chatting and eating ice cream. Then Megan gathered her courage and started talking about her move. However, Josh paused his speech by telling her that he had thought about it a lot and had made a decision. He would move to the same city as her, so they could see each other every day. The young woman didn't know what to say. Those last few months had been good, but she didn't feel like their relationship would last either. Besides, Josh was 9 years older than her and had a job there. She didn't want to be forced to have to meet him every day. She wasn't even sure if she saw a future in the relationship. So she told him that she wanted to stop the relationship. Josh's response wasn't what was expected. He began to adopt a possessive and macho attitude towards her. And that made her even more confident that she had made the right decision. She walked home, and on the way, she decided to call Nick, her best friend. He was the only one who knew the relationship. She hadn't dared to tell her family. They would be scandalized if they knew that she was dating a boy 9 years older than her. But that was already a thing of the past. When she got home, Mike arrived with a car. Mike was her mother's ex-husband. They had been divorced for 3 years, but still had a good relationship. He had always treated the girls as if they were his daughters, so they still spent a lot of time together. That day, he was going to have dinner with the 3 women, and when he saw Megan alone on the street at that time, he got worried. She told him that she had been late with a friend, but that everything was fine and the two went home. While they were having dinner, the man asked Megan why not choose a closer university. He didn't want her to go so far. He had a strong paternal feeling towards her, and he liked to see her often. Meanwhile, her cell phone kept vibrating. Her mother asked her who was calling her so insistently, and she lied, saying it was her friend Nick, asking her about a party some friends were having the next day. When she grabbed her phone, she could see 20 missed calls and several messages from Josh. At first with a pleading tone, and the last with an aggressive and threatening tone. He insulted her for having used him for a few months and then abandoned him. The young woman blew and turned off her cell phone. She didn't want to keep thinking about the same. Before leaving, Mike once again insisted on changing universities. "Oh, come on, Megan. Studying here isn't that bad. I've done it, and look how well it has gone for me." The mother replied with a laugh. "If that's your way of convincing her, I see you very bad. You have just run out of options." The next day, Megan went to the party with Nick. What she didn't know was that this was a surprise farewell party. Several friends from class had gone to have a good time together. The young woman danced and chatted with everyone. At one of those moments, Nick hugged her and told her that he really wanted to tell her something. She squeezed him tightly, and before he continued, she told him that he was the best friend she had ever had and that she didn't want distance or anyone to spoil their beautiful friendship. Nick then changed his expression to a shy smile and replied that what he wanted to tell her was exactly the same. Although inside, he was screaming at himself for not being able to confess his love. At one point, Megan saw a shadow move outside the window. It seemed like someone was spying on them. She got nervous and went outside to see who it was. Meanwhile, everyone continued dancing and singing inside the house. Nick noticed her absence and asked one of the girls if she knew where she was. She told him that she had seen her leave and she hadn't come back in. So Nick went outside to look for her. The next day, her mother and sister got up and had breakfast together. Shortly after, Mike arrived with churros for everyone. "Oh, stop it, Mike," the mother told him. "If you keep bringing us sweets, we won't get through the door." The woman asked her daughter to go wake up her sister. And shortly after, Amy returned to the kitchen saying that Megan hadn't returned. The bed was intact. That wasn't like Megan. She always let her mother know if she didn't spend the night at home. The woman began to get nervous, but Mike assured her that everything was fine. Surely the party had dragged on and everyone had fallen asleep. They called one of their friends and asked her about the young woman. She was at her house and told her that Megan had left the party and hadn't returned. That plunged the family into a nervous breakdown. Mike offered to go to the police and hospitals in case something had happened to her. Meanwhile, the two women would stay at home in case the young woman returned. Minutes later, Megan's friend called her mother. She told her that she remembered seeing Nick leave after Megan and that he hadn't returned either. Amy had his number and called him immediately, but he didn't answer the call. Shortly after, he wrote to her on WhatsApp telling her that he was on a train trip with his parents and that he couldn't talk, only send messages. The sister asked him when he had last seen Megan, and he replied that he had seen her leave, and when he couldn't find her, he had gone home. All of that was very strange. The mother and sister were shaken, thinking that something could have happened to the young woman. When Mike returned from the police, he had Megan's cell phone with him. He had passed by the street where the party had been organized and had found the young woman's phone on the ground. Amy knew her password, so she was able to unlock it. As she did so, she saw dozens of missed calls and messages from Josh. They didn't know anything about the relationship, but those messages showed controlling behavior towards Megan. After she asked him to leave her alone and they had broken up, the three looked at each other. Would that boy be capable of doing something to the young woman for leaving him? They had to inform the police and have the authorities look for him to find out Megan's whereabouts. 48 hours had already passed without hearing anything from the young woman. The police continued to work with the information that the family had provided, but assured them that it was still too early to consider it a disappearance. The inspector insisted several times, asking if Megan had any enemies or boyfriends she could have run away with. The mother and sister assured her that if she had left without warning, it would have been against her will. Suddenly, a message rang on Amy's cell phone. It was from Nick, and it said, "Okay, Amy, we didn't want to tell you yet because Megan didn't know how to do it. But we went to Las Vegas. We are in love and we want to spend some time together disconnecting." Neither the mother nor Amy had bought that lie. They knew Megan well. She would never leave like that. When Mike arrived and they told him, the man was thoughtful. What if it is him? He doesn't answer calls, he just writes messages. And you can't deny that you haven't realized that he's madly in love with her. If it's not Nick, it's Josh, I'm sure. The clock hands continued their rhythm and 48 more hours had already passed. The mother cried in the kitchen, wondering where her daughter was. Suddenly, a call on her cell phone. It was the police inspector. They had found Megan's car 100 kilometers from her house. He asked the mother to come to the location he would send her by message. Mother and daughter drove to the indicated point by car. They were shaken, wondering why they hadn't been told anything more. What were they going to find? Upon arrival, there was a large deployment of police. That didn't seem like the vehicle had been the only thing found. There was something else. The inspector asked Amy to stay in the car and then asked her mother to accompany him alone. He warned her that what she would say would be very unpleasant, but they needed her help to continue their investigation. The woman swallowed and hyperventilated while the man opened the trunk door. At that moment, the mother screamed at the top of her lungs, alerting her daughter, who immediately got out of the car to see what was happening. Inside the trunk was the body of Nick, Megan's best friend. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Nick hadn't gone anywhere with her, nor was he kidnapping her. Someone had his phone and pretended to be him to make all suspicions directed towards the young man. Could it all have been the work of Megan's ex-boyfriend? They had to find out. The next morning, the mother wanted to search her cell phone for information about Josh, his social networks, school information. She wanted to know more information about him. Her phone ran out of battery, so she grabbed Mike's phone while he was in the bathroom. It wasn't very difficult to find his password. He always used the same one for everything since they had met. When she unlocked it, she saw something strange. She wasn't sure if it was a video or what. It was dark and a person could be seen from behind. Suddenly, the person turned around and realized what she was saying. It was the vision of a camera, and it was recording Megan. She didn't have time to react. Suddenly, Mike hit her on the head and she fell unconscious. When she opened her eyes, she was in an empty room, with her mouth covered and her hands tied to a chair. She had it in front of her all that time. Mike was her daughter's kidnapper. Her only relief was to have seen her alive. That meant there was still some chance of meeting her again. The man began to tell her that she wasn't worrying about her daughter. If she went to study so far away, many people could take advantage of her. Megan had to stay with them. They were family. Then he also talked to her about Nick. He wasn't a bad guy, but of course he saw me when I took her away and he wanted to be the hero. So he left me no choice but to kill him. Collateral damage. The truth is that this was good for me to confuse the police a little and keep them away from here. But that damn inspector was able to find the car, and I bothered to leave it quite far away. And I can't forget about Josh's idiot. He was obsessed with Megan, and I had to eliminate him from the map too. He gave nothing but problems. The mother tried to scream, but the tape on her mouth prevented her from doing so. The man she had shared half her life with was a murderer and a kidnapper. Mike left her alone while he prepared a snack for Megan. The mother was kicking, trying to free herself from the chair when suddenly she saw hands trying to open the window. It was her daughter Amy. She had followed them and had just discovered what Mike had done. The mother motioned for her daughter to leave and call the police. The young woman called the emergency services, but she couldn't let him hurt her sister and mother. She would figure out a way to get in without being seen. Shortly after, Mike returned to the room where he had gagged the mother and asked her if she wanted them to go visit her daughter. The mother, with pleading eyes and nodding her head, asked him to do so. Okay, you will see your daughter one last time. I know she will be happy, but be very careful about doing stupid things. The man released her from the chair and tied her hands together again behind her back, pushing her towards the basement. When he opened the door, Megan launched herself into her mother's arms. The two cried when they saw each other. The man left a tray with 2 juices and 2 sandwiches on a table. He gave one to Megan and left the other for the mother. He told them that he was leaving them alone for a few minutes so they could talk. When he left, the mother assured her daughter that they would get out of there, but Megan put her finger on her mother's lips. Shh, he's always listening, Mum. The young woman drank all the juice that Mike had given her in one gulp. Her mother, seeing her so thirsty, told her that she could drink hers too. She had recently eaten and was neither hungry nor thirsty. Megan thanked her and grabbed her mother's glass when suddenly Mike slapped her hands, sending the glass to the floor. The 2 women screamed in fright. Afterwards, the man grabbed the mother by the neck while screaming at her. That juice was for you! You were about to kill our daughter! You only deserve to die. You're not capable of keeping her safe even here. Megan lay on top of Mike and tried to stop him, but he resisted. The young woman didn't stop trying to stop him when suddenly, the man hit her trying to get rid of her. Megan fell against the wall and began to bleed from her eyebrow. Then Mike left the mother aside and bent down to see the young woman's wound. He was gently brushing the hair out of her face when a blow to the head caused him to fall on the ground. It was Amy. She had managed to sneak through a window and hit Mike in the head with all her might with a rolling pin. That only gave them a few seconds advantage. The blow would keep him for a very short time, just enough to escape from there. Quickly, the sisters tried to untie the mother's hands and escape towards the door. But just when they were in the hallway, they could hear Mike's voice behind them. The door was locked. They couldn't get out of there. They would have to get out through a window. The mother pushed her daughters to jump out of the window first, and just as she was about to get out, the man grabbed her by the hair and threw her back inside. The two sisters screamed for help. They yelled at the men to let go of their mother. And suddenly, in total silence, the man let go of the woman and raised his hands. The police had arrived and were pointing their guns at him from outside. 2 murders, a kidnapping, and an attempted murder. No one would save him from prison. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it. And if you want to see more Draw My Life videos, subscribe to our channel. See you in the next episode.